¿Qué pedo? ¿Cómo están, cabrones? Espero que muy bien, que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana. Para los que son papás, feliz Día del Padre. Y para los que no, espero que le hayan pasado bien con alguien que era padre, tal vez. No sé, mínimo el Mundial ha estado muy bueno, muy divertido. Eh, Ayer jugó España, pues tío, en esta casa somos mitad españoles. Entonces yo me pongo la bandera de lo que sea, me da igual. Muy divertido. Pinche Palo Verde o Cabo Verde, güey, ¿qué nivel trae? Buen nivel. Bienvenidos a este casino de tu tío Salo. Ahorita le vamos a dar, por supuesto, a todas las tablas. Vamos a ver cómo va esto, pero antes quiero hablar de algo que honestamente nunca había visto está pasando en este momento. Es algo bastante extraño, las diferencias de lo que estoy viendo, escuchando, sintiendo, etcétera. Y es algo de lo que quiero hablar con ustedes el día de hoy. Si fuéramos a ver, ponte tú los datos falsos del gobierno, pues la economía va muy bien, ¿no? Si además de eso viéramos a todo el mundo en redes sociales solamente comportándose como se comportan, pues güey, todo va a poca madre, ¿no? O sea, literalmente, todo el mundo tiene un chingo de dinero para gastar. Si ves a todos tus amigos según ellos, ¿no? En redes, pues güey, les está yendo de poca madre. Y hay dos cosas que me sacan de pedo en este momento. Una, eh, algo está pasando en el mercado de los coches muy extraño. Muy, pero muy, 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 muy extraño, que nunca en mi vida había visto. Nunca. Y voy a empezar con este ejemplo. En el 2023, principios del 2023, un amigo me pidió que si por favor hacía un video de su Ferrari Enzo, que estaba vendiendo por 3,5 millones y no lo podía vender. 3,5 millones, güey, por favor haz un video para ver si se vende, ¿no? Y pues va, güey, nos lo aventamos. Me aventé un video de su Ferrari Enzo, lo pueden ver en el canal de Salomundo si tienen que constatar de lo que les digo. Ya saben que me encanta mentirles de todo lo que puedo. Y me acuerdo perfectamente haber estado manejando el coche, lo disfruté bastante, pues güey, es un Ferrari Enzo. Y para mí el Ferrari Enzo fue uno de esos coches que dije, güey, este va a ser uno de esos coches como el McLaren F1 que va a llegar a 20 millones de dólares de la noche a la mañana. 2023. Han pasado 3 años y el coche fue 3,5 millones que no se podía vender a venderse en coches que se han vendido hasta en 17 millones de dólares. Y ahora, eso no es lo que, el que suba de precio no me saca de pedo, es lo que pasó antes de eso. Estoy platicando con todos mis amigos que trabajan en agencias, ¿no? Todos los cuates. Siempre estoy buscando a ver cómo va todo, qué se está moviendo, si hay algo barato, algo que me quieran regalar, ¿no? Y llegamos a un punto cuando fue por ahí de marzo de este año, donde mis cuates que trabajan en agencias me estaban diciendo, güey, ya no es, algo está pasando donde ya no están hablando. Ahora sí que ya no le puedo vender el coche a quien sea. Tiene que venir un cliente muy específico a comprar el coche, si no, no se vende. Y se quedan parados un rato. Y pasamos de eso a ver 918 vendiendo por 3,5, 4,5 millones de dólares. Un coche que costaba 850,000 dólares, ¿no? Como el negro que tuve o el verde que tuve. El, el 765 LT, el que yo tenía, tío, no se pudo vender por un año y ahorita están subiendo de precio y están empezando a pegarle casi al millón, ¿no? El Carrera 4.0, yo compré uno me costó 400,000 dólares y ahorita se están vendiendo por 1.2 millones. Ahora esa es una navezota y tardó bastante en subir, pero ahorita hay como una fiebre. Carrera GT, yo pagué por el mío 550 y ahorita se están vendiendo por casi alrededor de 4 millones de dólares. Y dirán todos ustedes, pero es normal, güey. No, 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 no. Hay algo que no tiene sentido en todo esto. No lo tiene, no lo tiene. Y de haber ido nadie está comprando estos coches, a que de repente cada coche de especialidad empiece a subir así y voltees a ver el mercado de cualquier coche normal ahorita y está en la mierda, te tienen que regalar todo, pero lo interesante es que todo esto está trabajando junto para contarte la historia del gran éxito que es la economía, ¿no? Porque a la gente normal les están dando descuento con no pagues en 90 días, no tienes que pagar por 90 días, sácalo a financiamiento a 0%, etcétera. Y no entienden que eso es oficialmente descuentos, ¿no? La gente que no tiene ni puta idea de cómo funciona el dinero, dicen, güey, no me dieron un descuento, pero pues tengo un préstamo que no pago nada de intereses comparado con lo que me cobrarían con otra cosa, etcétera. Pero, güey, no pueden imprimir dinero de la nada y regalarte dinero por menos de lo que cuesta el dinero el día de hoy, ¿no? Es un descuento del coche lo que te están dando. Y lo hacen ver como que no, para la gente que no le, no le mola entender estas cosas, ¿no? Y ahora esto es muy divertido de ver, presenciar y estar en este momento vivo, porque esto es algo por lo que había empezado el proyecto de Emprendedores, fue porque era un tiempo muy emocionante en el 2020 poder aprender y ver la economía. Si querías aprender de algo, iba a ser en estas fechas, ¿no? Y hay gente que se quedó con la misma puta narrativa pendeja y no aprendió nada, y hay otros que han aprendido. Bien, me gustaría pensar que he aprendido bastante de esto. Pero lo que estoy viendo no tiene sentido. Ahora, si pudiera poner en palabras lo que estoy viendo, es como cuando la tabla empieza a moverse para arriba y para abajo sin sentido alguno. Y antes de eso viene un movimiento grande. Ahora, entendiendo eso, ¿no? Teniéndolo en perspectiva, ¿de dónde viene solamente para cerrar un poco lo de los coches en chinga? ¿De dónde viene eso? ¿No? Yo creo que hay una fuerza más grande de lo que es una persona, y estoy hablando el grupo de agencias. Hay una coordinación de algún modo en esto. No lo puedo, o sea, no, es difícil explicarlo porque no puedo explicar, o sea, es difícil explicarlo porque no lo comprendo al 100%, pero lo siento, lo estoy viendo, pero no te lo puedo explicar, pero se siente como que es un esfuerzo coordinado para subir precios y que estas ventas no son reales, que muy pocas ventas de estas son reales. Se preguntarán todos ustedes, pero ¿para qué? No tengo ni, bueno, obviamente para subir. Ahora, si quieren entender el para qué y por qué harían eso, es sencillo. Porque si nosotros como grupo de agencias hacemos que el precio de todos los coches suba teóricamente, yo puedo ir al banco a pedir préstamos de piso, que es normalmente como funciona una agencia aquí en Estados Unidos. No sé cómo funciona en México, no tengo ni puta idea, pero en Estados Unidos funcionan. Tienes $5 millones en coches parados en tu agencia, vas y pides un préstamo de piso y te dan una línea de crédito revolvente con un interés más o menos decentón. Entonces, si aumentas el valor, tienes coches que valen 1 millón hoy y mañana 5 millones, pues güey, de hoy que te presten medio millón, mañana te prestan 2,5 millones. Entonces, se podría entender el por qué hay un beneficio ahí. Y ahora muchos de ustedes se preguntarán, pero güey, no podría ser también que el mercado de los coches esté tan caliente y así. No, no, no. No en la generalidad en la que está ahorita, donde parece que todo se está moviendo a precios completamente ridículos. No lo hay. No existe eso. Ahora les voy a contar el porqué del otro lado. En lo que todo el mundo pretende que está de huevos en Instagram y que qué gran vida están viviendo, tengo una, esto pasó como pum, 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 uno tras otro. Voy a empezar con el más básico. Un cuate me escribe, que es youtuber acá en Estados Unidos, que le va bastante bien. Me escribe y me dice, güey, ¿qué pedo con lo que está pasando ahorita en el mercado y en todo? Hago todo este dinero y no me alcanza para ni vergas, ¿no? Y le digo, güey, no eres el único. Todo el mundo está igual que tú. Nada más que todo el mundo está pretendiendo que les está yendo de huevos y están poniendo todo en la tarjeta de crédito y se los está llevando la verga. Me dice, no creo, güey. Yo creo que a todo el mundo sí le está yendo así bien. Y le digo, güey, ¿a ti no te está yendo bien? Me dice, sí. Y le digo, entonces, ¿por qué no vas y gastas todo este dinero? Y me dice, porque es demasiado. O sea, no se puede a ese nivel. Es demasiado. Y le digo, pues, exactamente, güey. No puedes caer en la ilusión que los demás están poniéndote enfrente cuando tú mismo lo estás viviendo. Y no eres el único. No, voy a cortar a otro. Y bueno, total, da igual cómo acabe esa plática. Pero me sorprendió bastante porque, una vez más, este güey le va bastante bien y me sorprendió que este güey me dijera, ¿qué pedo con lo que está pasando? ¿Por qué estoy haciendo todo esto, pero no me alcanza, ¿no? O bueno, no me puedo dar los lujos que me daba antes. Interesante. Este fin de semana, un amigo que tiene varias tiendas, no voy a decir en dónde ni nada para no ventanear a nadie, habló a decirme, güey, voy a tener que declarar bancarrota. O sea, los gastos no me dan, güey. Le digo, pero ¿qué no le está yendo bien a tu negocio? Sí, güey, pero no me dan los gastos. O sea, lo que tiene que ganar estos güeyes, lo que es para mí gastar esto, no me da, cabrón. Y este güey tiene varias casas, para que tengan una idea. Tiene que declarar bancarrota. Ayer, platicando con un amigo que tiene un negocio bastante grande aquí, que vende cosas en Estados Unidos y tiene diferentes oficinas en diferentes estados, me está diciendo, güey, llevo un año donde mi negocio a la verga, cada mes peor. Y le digo, ¿y qué vas a hacer? Me dice, no sé, pero la neta, no me importa tanto porque la bolsa está yéndole cabrón, entonces, honestamente, con eso estoy del otro lado, ¿no? Y le digo, pero si no sacas ese dinero de la bolsa y digamos que la bolsa se cae con esto, ¿qué pasa? Y me dice, no, bueno, eso ya es otra cosa, pero eso no va a pasar. No sé, nunca en mi vida había visto algo al mismo tiempo pasar que fuera tan diferente. Nunca. Y no tiene sentido alguno. Yo sé, es el hecho de que a todo el mundo le estén dando crédito. Y ahora, mi amigo que va a declarar bancarrota, entre nosotros, dice, tengo una línea de crédito de $300,000, voy a sacar todo, me voy a ir de viaje y voy a declarar bancarrota. Pero yo creo que eso es básicamente lo que todo el mundo está haciendo. Yo creo que esto le está pasando a todo el mundo. Ese güey lo explicó perfectamente en su propia posición con lo que está viviendo. Porque no hay otra explicación para lo que estamos viendo. Y ahora, esto, para todos ustedes que se pregunten, entonces, ¿estamos muy cerca de que todo reviente y la chingada? No, 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 no. Y ahora, no crean que esto simplemente va a continuar y ya. Recuerden, los tienen que dejar en la mierda o nos tienen que dejar en la mierda, depende si estás listo o no. Pero la idea es, tienes que hacer al pueblo mierda para poder darle la mayor cantidad de dinero posible para que te lo regresen todo y hagas 10 veces esa cantidad de dinero. Es la idea, piensa en la pandemia, ¿no? Güey, no crees esto, tu negocio va a quebrar, toma un chingo de dinero. Perfecto, nadie se quejó porque pues, te dieron dinero. Tienen que destruir a todos a un punto ridículo para que les dé una cantidad de dinero ridícula y se la regresen a todos estos güeyes. Entonces, eso tiene que pasar a huevo, porque así es como la gente hasta arriba se llena las bolsas más y más. Pero esto no pasa, tíos, hasta que el mercado inmobiliario caiga, esa es una, la bolsa caiga es dos, porque la mayor concentración en este momento de riqueza en Estados Unidos, como uno de mis cuates que me dice, no, mi negocio se está yendo a la verga, pero la bolsa está en altos históricos, brother, ¿no? Bueno, en lo que él está invertido, ya él está invertido con BlackRock. La otra cosa es las casas. Te los digo, las casas no se están vendiendo, tío. ¿Sabes qué están haciendo? Están quitándolas. La gente dijo, a la verga, no voy a vender mi casa y no puedo ahorita. Y no tengo pedos, porque la bolsa está arriba. Y esto me hace preguntarme, ¿qué tanto puede durar todo este desmadre? Y aquí es donde quiero decir, yo creo que bastante. Yo creo que para que la gente de verdad esté en la mierda, o sea, la gente esté en la mierda. Mi respuesta sería bastante. Y les voy a decir esto, al mismo tiempo, solamente con que tiren el mercado agresivamente, con eso sería suficiente para destruir bienes raíces, para destruir el sistema de crédito de todo el mundo, para que todo el mundo se vaya a la verga, pero a un nivel que no les puedo explicar. Nunca en mi puta vida había visto algo así, donde existe esta farsa tan grande de que todo el mundo está reventándola y está todo, está poca madre, todo el mundo en crédito, por supuesto, y todo el mundo sabe. Y entiende perfectamente, güey, no mames, no me alcanza para nada. O sea, tengo que declarar bancarrota porque no me alcanza. ¿Qué tanto puede durar esto? Y ahora, si fuera puta madre Nostradamus, ¿no? Me encantaría poder decirte, pero no tengo ni puta idea. Y esto es independiente completamente de la bolsa. La bolsa es más fácil de leer que estas pendejadas, porque la bolsa simplemente les lee el estúpido sentimiento de la gente con las noticias que le están poniendo enfrente y ya. Pero la economía real, el sentimiento real de toda la gente, el que toda la gente está tiene una cosa en común, ¿no? Y una para mí, si eres economista puesto y derecho, ¿no? De los que estudian y ven las noticias y todo este desmadre, güey, todo está poca madre, todo de poca madre, poca madre. Pero cuando hablas ya con la gente alrededor tuyo, que Dios bendiga que vayan a hacer eso, te das cuenta que todo el mundo sí está muy frustrado, que todo el mundo está en la mierda, que todo el mundo se siente fuera de lugar, que todo el mundo se siente apretado, que literalmente la gente está viendo soluciones que no tienen sentido y que nunca hubieran pensado en usar para, para salir adelante. Nunca en mi puta vida he visto algo así. Y los esfuerzos coordinados para mantener la ilusión de que todo está arriba y que los dejen, como lo de los coches. Ese mercado de los coches no es real, tío. No importa lo que me digas, no es real. Sí, habrá uno que otro pendejo independiente que vaya y se gaste su dinero y compre los coches perfectamente, ¿no? Hay cuánta gente con un chingo de dinero. Pero el total de todo, porque ahora hay más coches que nunca, que todo el mundo esté pagando estas fortunas, no tiene sentido alguno. Pero nada. Y entiendo, nos mensajearon a todos y le dijeron a todo el mundo, güey, todo va a continuar subiendo para siempre, no te preocupes por nada, ¿no? La inflación va a continuar, ven y compra tu Ford de una vez, pero toma estos descuentos que no son descuentos para la gente que no capta nada. O sea, hay un esfuerzo grande, grande para mantener esta ilusión. Y me mama ver la capacidad que tiene, sea lo que sea que esté coordinando esto, ¿no? Sea la Matrix, ¿no? O sea, el gobierno de Estados Unidos, o sea, los independientes, los coches de los dealers de coches, sea lo que sea. Es fascinante ver el poder que tiene para poder continuar levantando esto. ¿Ustedes cómo lo ven? ¿Qué creen que sea? Y una vez más, normalmente cuando ves este tipo de distorsiones, si estuviéramos viviendo, estaríamos en una tabla que sube y baja, sube y baja, sube y baja. Y eso es antes de un movimiento grande. Pero lo raro de todo esto es que no veo nada pegando a esta realidad, porque la gente lo que hace es piensa que ellos la están cagando. Todo lo que tienen en común todos mis cuates que están viviendo esto es que todos ellos piensan que ellos son el único con este problema. Porque todo el mundo alrededor de ellos, pues, güey, está. Como, una vez más, el güey que está declarando bancarrota se va a ir de vacaciones, va a sacar $300,000 en un crédito y se va a ir de vacaciones a su isla favorita, güey. Creo que eso lo explica. Y todo el mundo lo que ve es que el güey que se está yendo de vacaciones con $300,000 en la bolsa, que es su dinero. Y no, güey, el güey está declarando bancarrota. Lo va a hacer en las próximas semanas. ¿Qué? Si esto te está pasando a ti y estás frustrado, tío, te lo digo, tranquilo. Algún punto algo se va a romper o van a romper o van a dejar caer o no sé, algún punto. Puede durar 1, 2, 3 años, lo que quieras, ¿no? O puede caer mañana. Pero tienes que aplaudir el esfuerzo de todo esto porque no es normal lo bien que lo están haciendo, que todo el mundo sienta que, no, güey, es que yo soy el que le está cagando, tío, quiero que sepan, si te sientes así, despiértate, todo el mundo está en la mierda, no te preocupes, no te sientas menos que los demás si estás en esa situación, no lo hagas, no te envenenes la cabeza. Todo el mundo está pasando por esto, menos los archicuadritrillonarios, tío. todo el mundo. No, no te preocupes. Y bueno, la gente que trabaja en Silicon Valley, ¿no? Que están ganando salarios de la NBA. Pero fuera de ellos, todo el mundo, la mayor cantidad de gente está en esto. Y lo raro también es el hecho de que todo el mundo tenga que pretender y tiene que gastar en crédito es que hace que otros negocios parece que están floreciendo, pero no están. Es una cortina que se lleva todo entre las patas. Nunca en mi vida había visto esto. Y ahora, ¿cómo se van a quebrar a todos, tío? Nadie sabe. No, ahorita la mayor cantidad de imbéciles están diciendo que es la burbuja de la inteligencia artificial, güey. Tío, no, le puse en X este fin de semana a alguien que pone, no, deja que la burbuja de inteligencia artificial reviente, le estoy llamando de, no, porque el güey está de, le estoy llamando de una vez que va a reventar la burbuja de inteligencia artificial. Sí, güey, tú y 9 mil millones de otras personas está diciendo eso. Me acuerdo perfectamente en el 2008, como 2 mil millones de personas dijeron, güey, lo que va a caer son toda la deuda relacionada con las hipotecas, pero solamente hicieron una película de dos pendejos, ¿no? De Michael Bear y de otro güey, nada más. Pero 2 mil millones de personas lo sabían. No, no me estés jodiendo. Nadie sabe qué vergas va a pasar. Nadie sabe lo que va a pasar mañana, ¿no? Nadie sabe qué pedo. Pero qué interesante y qué potente lo que estamos viviendo. Esta distorsión de la realidad, de la economía, de el uno al otro. Está, Dios, con absolutamente Toño de Valdés. Niveles absolutamente ridículos. Y se los digo, tíos, se los digo. Los fondos grandes están comprando a tu youtuber favorito. Están comprando literalmente a youtubers, cabrón. Tus canales favoritos que no tienen cara, ya se los compraron. Están comprando todos los negocios. Todo se va a volver un Taco Bell. Van a haber 5 o 6 empresas y ya. Es la cosa más cabrona de todas. Ahora, espero que tengas la fortuna de que te compren tu negocio, tío, en vez de que se lo cargue la verga. Es lo que le deseo a todos ustedes. Pero qué pinches tiempos tan interesantes para poner atención y seguir poniendo atención, ¿no? Nunca en mi vida he visto algo así. Así que me encantaría saber qué piensan ustedes, honestamente. Aquí sí me voy a aventar los comentarios. Sí que deja tu mentada de madre aquí abajo y todo lo que necesites si eres el güey de las 1000 cuentas, ¿no? De los 1000 bots. Ahora sí te voy a leer, mi hermano. Para todos ustedes que quieran aprender a invertir, que vale la pena, honestamente, creo que es lo único en el casino, porque están literalmente haciendo un casino de la economía, es lo que valdrá la pena para hacer la manera de dinero más fácil. Aquí les había dejado el corto que tuvimos de los 66 y eso pues bajó a 62 y cacho, nada mal, y ahora estamos de vuelta viendo cuál es el siguiente movimiento. Si quieren estar aquí en el Discord es completamente gratis. Está, güey, solamente regístrate, brother, y ven a decirme que soy un pendejo, que no sé nada. Güey, no puedo comentar en tu Discord, correcto, para no tener que escuchar pendejadas. También tienen acá todos los trades de Alex para que los vean. Aquí anda diciéndole a todo el mundo qué pedo y a dónde va y qué es lo que está ocurriendo con estos movimientos. También tienen los análisis de Farhan. Y si están viendo lo de Alex y Farhan acá, que tienen estos, usan muchas abreviaciones super gringas, etcétera. Aquí están todas, también tienen que ver con cripto. Si algo no entienden, también búsquenlo en ChatGPT, pon qué significa esto, esta abreviación en inglés, ¿no? Porque también ChatGPT te va a ayudar, no seas cabrón. No seas huevón, brother. Y pues aquí lo tienen. Todo esto es completamente gratis y aquí Alex, Farhan y hasta yo les mandamos cosillas que estamos viendo, pensando, etcétera, que compartimos con ustedes. Si quieres aprender ahora a tradear, y te lo digo de corazón, tío, no me interesa si te vas a volver el mejor trader del mundo o un trader. Lo que quiero es que aprendas a leer una tabla para que no te digan que el dólar, un segundo, para que nadie te diga que el dólar va a desaparecer, ¿no? Y que está a punto de caer y se va a ir a la mierda, cuando está en una clara tendencia alcista desde el 2008, perdón, 2007, y además lleva un año subiendo, un año entero. Solamente por eso te digo, solamente ven y aprende a leer una puta tabla decentemente en vez de estar viendo a tu Paco favorito que no entiende nada y que les están enseñando en CNBC una tabla de 2 días o 3 días o lo que sea, porque esto continúa, tíos. Esto continúa. Entonces, aquí en el Trading Academy quieres aprenderlo, métete en productillos Este es productos, no productillos, ¿no? Para que quede claro, bro. Y acá tenemos un cursillo que se llama de cero a trader. Con esto vas a aprender cómo leer una tabla perfectamente y también cómo hacer trades o cómo invertir a largo plazo, porque tradear o invertir es simplemente el cambio de temporalidad cuando estás volteando a ver una tabla a largo plazo o una a corto plazo. Y esto, la forma más fácil y barata de hacerlo es con esto. Dura 1 hora 40 minutos, el video está en español y en inglés. No tienes que comprar los dos, con uno te vienen los dos. Y eh, empieza desde el principio. Acá fue pensado para tontos como yo, porque, güey, cuando empecé a hacer esto, me mamé unos cursos que costaban una buena lana y los hijos de puta no me enseñaron nada. Lo único que hicieron fue hablarme como si ya fuera profesional de trading. Y aquí no, aquí empezamos desde lo más básico, a qué puto sitio tienes que ir para poder ver una tabla, todas estas cosas, güey. La forma más barata de hacer esto es, ve el curso un par de veces, y luego ven estos en vivos que duran 3 horas, 4 horas, lunes, miércoles y viernes. Este jueves tenemos clase privada para la gente que se lo pregunte. Y después de un rato te van a salir dudas, ¿no? Güey, ¿sabes qué? Vi esto, pero no entiendo bien por qué estás diciendo esto en esta tabla y la chingada. Y ahí lo único que tienes que hacer es venir y preguntarnos en estas clases, ¿no? Y para las clases tienes este paquetillo de las sesiones de trading en vivo, que es la gente que nos pide que veamos, güey, puedes analizar esto para inversión, sé que te lo pedí el viernes, pero es para invertir y pues puede cambiar cualquier cosa de lunes a viernes. eh, y también ahí viene todo el curso y vienen otros videos que explican otras cosas un poco más a detalle, como las preguntas más frecuentes que nos llegan en el curso. Y aquí vienes y preguntas las chingaderas que no entendiste y con eso deberías de poder ir a donde sea a aprender lo que quieras. Si quieres gastarte $1,500 en un curso o $10,000 en un curso más avanzado para ver otra cosa, pues ya con esto te la aprendes lo que quieras, ¿no? Así que ahí lo tienes. Vamos a darle para adelante, vamos a ver qué chingados está pasando en el mundo cripto. Good morning, boys. How are you?
Buenos días, cabrones.
What's happening with the cryptos?
I think they're fucking both sides out, as usual.
No way. This is not a manipulated market. Please don't fucking lie to me.
Total
It's
free
completely
share
organic.
Yeah, it's absolutely organic.
It has to be organic because, you know, the Bitcoin bulls only eat organic and tan.
Yes, they do. And they're very well dressed. They're very well perfumed. They're very tanned. They look great. They're handsome and they're so smart.
So, you know, this is fully organic price action. And even, you know, seeing a green girthy dildo today of only about 3.5%, but nevertheless, a good move taking out the previous highs. This is a big spot where, you know, we have to watch and be, in my opinion, very careful on flip-flopping too early. I do believe here still we're getting told a story, which is, okay, daily EMA9 didn't reject. We blew past it. Here's the 21. This is still in a breakdown posturing.
By the way, Alex, I'm sorry to say this because I see that green dildo forming, but look at DXY. That shit's going up too. They're going up in parallel. Like, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I posted on the Discord actually this morning, because one of these are lying, Bitcoin or Dixie. And then on just really quick glance, when you do look at, like, you know, the majors, wherever that is here, to me, it still is putting in, you know, we could break out, but we could definitely reject, not take out that previous all-time high. And actually just get a very normal pullback to the 34 here in sequence with maybe Bitcoin hitting resistance and Dixie actually busting up. Because Dixie actually breaking out here potentially just plays on to what we've been watching, which is simply a daily uptrend. Higher highs simply mean higher low immediately. And that's kind of been just the flavor of Dixie. So here, I mean, we're already seeing clown emojis pop back into the Discord. We're barely above 65K. And you will see bulls haven't even sustained a close back above 65K. This is essentially just, in my opinion, a short squeeze from Friday. Now, daily is still in silver cross down, and it's very easy today. If you're bullish, you're not really supposed to be bullish at this point. You're really just waiting for a reclaim of 65.5. Once you get back above that daily 21 will be a shift. This was the last major spot that rejected Bitcoin. remember when we rallied up to the 67,000 region, again, many disregarded that silver cross. That is what ended up rejecting Bitcoin 7%. And here we are now retesting the breakdown zone. So, this absolutely could start breaking out. If this started to break out, this wouldn't change anything for bulls. We're just going to reach the major decision zone, which is that 2021 market cycle high. I'll throw this on a bi-weekly. We'll go to CME here. You can just see how really important that 2021 market cycle high is. Here's the market cycle high. Draw a meme line. As long as you're under that, you're still within this type of market or within this type of market, either a chop market or a down-only market. It's only until you get back above it where, yes, then you can actually start really talking about a bull market, maybe even the potential of this chart getting repaired. Because even on like the CME chart, this has just been a heavily sold off chart and a very well-respected downtrend. The lower lows just equate to immediate lower highs. And there's literally no difference to that correlation, even now. Despite bulls getting excited on the daily, beautiful green dildo, let's say, are we just grinding out a typical lower high after the lower low, something you've been seeing since the October dump? So macro perspective, no changes at all. Daily is saying, okay, are we going to reject 65 or are we going to reject 69? Both result into a rejection down. For me personally, the daily is still telling the story. And Alejandro, you're absolutely right. I don't think it's wise to be, leveraging up on some high, levered longs here without firstly, at minimum, daily confirmation of just that silver cross weakening, getting back above the 21, and then having like a real setup towards 67,500. At that point, why wouldn't we wick up to 69? But again, then we've just only rallied up to the 21 previous breakdown zone while Dixie is still breaking out. Again, this helped me a lot in 2022. It's really like only like if you know. Back in 2022, though, really it was like we'd have these like nice green dildos on Bitcoin. We'd maybe overshoot a level a little bit, like 65K. Maybe it takes out like my 4-hour short setup I had, very tight stop loss, no big deal. But then what would be telling you or indicating to you, and I'm only using the bi-weekly just to show the temporality, but on the dailies, it would just still be putting in bullish posturing, always. On this bi-weekly, it's a very basic, simple uptrend, which took you all the way from 95s to the 114 high. My point is, this was always telling the story in last bear market. Bitcoin would put in a massive girthy green dildo on the daily, and then we'd still see a very bullish Dixie. I'd always say, who's lying? I'd always tell myself that one of these are lying. And then before the end of the day, this would have just been a massive short setup, massive opportunity. Bitcoin ends up reverting down. We have peace and harmony back in the markets. A bullish Dixie just means risk is going to get, in my opinion, sold off here. Dollar is just becoming stronger. This is very important for today. If we had, let's say, a massive evening star with a rejection of the 101, Dixie's now taking out yesterday's low. Yes, this would be, in my opinion, more of a bullish setup for Bitcoin. But when Dixie's up almost 0.3% on the day, which is a big day for Dixie, I know us, canned, well-eaten Bitcoiners, that's nothing, but this is actually quite a big day for Dixie, and you are looking at this green dildo only getting more girthy. So
weekly also closed above the EMA 100 for the first time in a very long time.
On the Dixie?
Yep.
On the daily?
Weekly.
No, weekly. Oh, yeah. And so even if, okay, we reject 101 and Bitcoin goes to 69, this would just most likely provide Dixie the much needed throwback here. But what we do see is, this just reclaimed that really since the loss of March 2025. And what you actually saw last time it got reclaimed, which is just something to note from the point I just mentioned, is you got the reclaim and then it literally went up only. Let's measure that real fast. Because why not? We're now in this posturing. So then we went up only of 6.5. Let me double check to get the retest. Did not retest there. Okay, then it came down for the retest. Here's your Dixie pullback, and it lost it. Now, this getting lost again is actually, again, telling a very good story. You just take all of this off, only view the weekly 100. You get bull market above, bear market under. And now I know this was a failure, but this still went on a multi-week uptrend. So maybe that's even just better to say. Multi-week uptrend above, multi-week downtrend under. And you can see really what sparked this Dixie move down to 95, 96 was the loss of the 100. Again, you can see here, really this is what sparked that Dixie bull market. You only had a little bit of time flirting with the 100 before you went massively up. Same with here, before you went massively down. Very good perspective, honestly, because this is even more confluence to the idea that most likely in the coming months, as long as you are back above this EMA 100, risk is going to get sold off. You're in the equivalent now of this market here, back in like October 2024, just in the fact that you are back above that EMA 100 for the first time. And even on the chop scenario, something to note, you still would get expansion. So here, chop, but you still went up 3%. Here was chop, still went up 2%. 4%. And then here's another one, 2.8. So let's just see how much we're up currently. Only 0.44%. So you saw like the minimums there were at least like 1.52%. That like at least take us to a 102 Dixie. So I do believe that we are getting an opportunity. Now on Friday, I posted a 4-hour short setup. Again, I think very logical and really anticipated for maybe that move up to 65. The issue was 65, 200 got taken, which is right where my stop loss was. Discord stop loss 65.3 to 65.2. So where am I now, or what am I looking at? Well, I'm just basically still watching what I know. Want to see 4-hour EMA 100 reject. This just turns into kind of a liquidity grab, bearish retest. Only way I start becoming bullish is if the 4-hour EMA 100 gets reclaimed. It's a very easy setup to just understand. You get lower time frame bull moves above it and holding, but also you get bear moves under it. And it doesn't matter if you wick above it. It's all about the closings. It doesn't matter like here where you made a nice move above it, but then it ended up selling off and then no closures above it, and that led to the next leg down. So here it's a very easy perspective. It's the bull and bear battle at 65,000 essentially. You start getting even like this 4-hour back above 65K. It's going to be your first big sign as a bull that yes, into the daily, you're going to reclaim 65. That's going to be the spot we're going to be looking for maybe some longs up to 69, where then maybe Dixie does end up retesting weekly EMA 100. And that's it. That just ends up resulting in a massive bull move if Dixie ends up holding that. And that actually would line up with 69,000 or be picture perfect with that, in my opinion. But until we actually see that, Dixie's still very girthy. It's looking quite bullish. And here you've just hit the breakdown zone, even on a 4-hour. You had a deviation set up here. You did move down. You did rally all the way back up. And now you're here. I'd only talk about this mainly just simply because you still have that daily silver cross, which was the previous rejection zone here, right off the 21. Excuse me. There we go. I had to clear my throat. So for me, it's very simple to be a bull. Get closures back above 65. Get back above the 21. That'll start giving you your move to 69. Until then, bears are still favored here. It's just more, okay, lower time frame shorts didn't work. But now this is the spot you want to be watching at 65.5. There's not just a, kind of roll of dice and pray. This is still based on a downside move. You throw your 55 on here, you have your daily silver cross to the downside. So that's the daily perspective. We can start looking at even the 2-day. You are now testing your 2-day EMA 9. you do see that, well, this was almost in deviation posturing, but regardless, this is get a 2-day breakdown. This isn't a 2-day downtrend still. And so what we could be seeing now is, well, just simply a retest before making that lower low break. Now we are back above the 2-day median, which is a good sign, but this is where you'd want to see at least 2 to 3 closures above that, in my opinion, and not just one candle closure. Now we're instantly bullish. You even see, okay, the measured move would be right up to 66,700. It's not really much clarity on that one. That's why I still would be watching 65K. You start closing above 65K, logically 2-day will continue to close above the median. Not much clarity on that, and you're just really retesting simply a 2-day 9 still. The 2-day EMA 9's been rejecting you since mid-May. So again, not really like, you don't really have a lot of bullish things for Bitcoin yet. I'm not really seeing much, maybe an uptrend forming, maybe, but the overall trend is still down, and you are just retesting a level you would have been expecting anyways, simply like 65.5 to 65K. So it's not like Bitcoin's at 67. It's not like we're really immaculately back above 65 even. You're just barely now at 65 too. And you do see lower time frame weakness to control at 65.5. That's already your first big sign. Is daily silver cross just about to reject us while bulls simply had a party? Go to the Discord, look at the clown emojis. Often those that really doesn't provide an up only market for too long when you get those clown emojis on the Discord. That's like a whole indication on itself. Has about only like a 1 to 2 day green day hit rate for bulls once you start seeing that. So not a good sign that you're already seeing that at 65 to Bitcoin. Now you're getting the 3-day volatility contracting. Okay, cool. You got this move up, but you also got the move down. This plays into kind of like what Farn is saying, which is playing out both sides. And is this just within a range? You have your 62.2 tap, your 65K tap. And this is why then that daily closures will be your friend for, let's say the bull idea, because then it starts entering in this range, which then equals 69,000, which is a pretty big step up from here currently. You're talking about a 6% move to 69,100. So again, I don't see the FOMO in being a bull here, bidding, because we're going to miss the low. You'll literally get a very easy, logical long setup on the trigger. You just haven't gotten the trigger. And even here, you didn't get the trigger. You got 1 reclaim, 2, but then you're rejecting the 21. So now that it's all in the same spot, it really is a pretty easy zone if you get the reclaim. You just haven't gotten that yet. And that's why this still can be quite predatory. We just actually entered into a new week. And I actually just forgot that it's Monday. Kind of crazy. So now we even are in a weekly deviation. And there's your weekly bearish retest. Yes, this, seems like a repeatable setup on the daily 2-day. But the fact that all the time frames now have deviated that except the monthly, that's not a good sign. Like, you've just deviated 65K on the weekly. Really, this hasn't happened in this entire consolidation. That never happened. This is the first time it only occurred other than June. It was back in 2024. Because we're looking at this level. So closing weeklies under it was here last time. So that's not really a bullish sign overall. That's actually major weakness brewing. Like, this looks like just typical bearish consolidation, and it's sneaky, but this does look like just typical bearish consolidation. Now, we do have kind of an indication here. You'd want to see at least very minimum, if you're scaling, let's say swing shorts, low leverage swing shorts, you're basically using your previous last week's wick high as your stop loss. And if you take out last week's wick high, this will start meaning, and I'll make that more straight, that you're just going to start going up to the weekly EMA 9. Now, the weekly at least guides you as a trader in saying, yeah, even the 6-7% move from here all the way up to 69,000 still would literally change nothing. You just would be retesting a weekly 9. For the last 2 weeks, or on the 2 weeks you did retest the weekly 9, you did massively reject it. Let's measure that out real fast. So on that perfect weekly MA9, you went down exactly 19, basically 20%. It's insane. So again, this is why I'm not, even if my little 4-hour short setup got stopped out, on the comments, it did talk about a slingshot up to 65. And now you just have to really wonder if that's what we got. And now shorts are squeezed. They've been squoze, if you will. Wow, right? Again, still closing under 65K. I do believe that's a pretty big sign in itself, because I know the biweekly also closed under 65K. Now, this is consecutive closures. This is now a month under 65K. 65K was a pretty big spot here in the consolidation before moving all the way up to the 80s. Let's measure that out. From this low up, we went up 37%. But from 65K, we went up 27.6%. So the bulk of the move actually was done on 65K. Again, if we just take indicators off and look at drawings, it's very hard to be bullish here. This just looks like a textbook SR. What was support being flipped into resistance. And again, I'm mentioning this on even the biweekly now. So we've been able to talk about this from a 4-hour all the way up to a biweekly. It's not a good sign. And you can say, well, doesn't that mean that this is just obvious? Could be, maybe. But then that's where then it should be no problem for bulls to get back above the 65.5. Not already get a lower time frame rejection exactly on that of almost 1% so far. Because we all can see this bearish setup, right? This is pretty obvious. So, just kind of keeping that in the back of our mind. And if you, don't like meme lines, still, I think it can be as easy as the silver cross actually is guiding us here. So we can keep going bi-weekly. Now, the bi-weekly is in a breakdown. You are getting consecutive closures under the EMA 100 on the bi-weekly. Instant weakness. You get any kind of move up to 69K. Now you're testing your weekly 9, but then also you're testing and you're finally getting your bearish retest of 69,000. This is your weekly, bi-weekly EMA 100. So crazy. Even the bi-weekly has a setup saying, even if you move up 6%, move up, wow, we're so back, this still will result to a massive bearish setup. If the weekly EMA 100 rejected us, let's check that out. I think it was over 30%. So lost it. I won't measure it on the loss, but I'll measure it. No, actually, we got the retest. Where are my manners here for bears? Lost it, rallied up. Okay, here's a bullish spot. This didn't change anything. This was a weekly EMA 100. And please, let's remember the psychology here. When Bitcoin massively rallied up on the weekly, it started to look bullish. This just retested a weekly EMA 100, which then resulted in a 28% move. So my point on saying that is, if we don't reject 65K and we just massively move up to 69, if a weekly EMA 100 did massive 27% damage to the chart and got everyone bullish, I have to assume a bi-weekly is going to be even worse. So from the wick low to wick high, let's measure that out. So that's like 16%. But I am in belief that this is where the rallies will stop at 69K. If we get that at all. Now you do see Bitcoin is on its way to losing 65,000 currently. So already, if you've traded this daily silver cross to the downside, logically, very simply, you're now in a nice trade. So this is like a trade where if you shorted here, basically you can have your stop just a little above because you shouldn't be really retesting the 21 a lot. It should just kind of be a tap and go. Because remember what I said before, Dixie is telling us the story, and Dixie is looking quite bullish. So 65.5 is your kind of big spot today. That's your spot where, okay, if you get that above, okay, awesome. That's going to be like your bull sign for a move to 69. And as I stress, that's not going to change much until you get back above 69. But that's where I believe any big rallies stop. Now, I just showed the weekly, the 2-day, the 3-day, the bi-weekly, all close under 65. So what are you really getting out of that? Well, the monthly really looks like maybe we bottomed. But everything you've just seen now is showing you that 65,000 is pretty big resistance. And despite even a major move up, you are just now in breakdown bearish retest posturing on like a weekly, daily, 2-day, bi-weekly. This is all very important for the monthly outcome because the monthly is still in breakdown. Really, I don't trade off the 55. I just use it for crosses. And when you view the 34 in confluence with the 100, like what we would do on any time frame, this is now kind of just in the middle. You really are just, okay, are we now potentially going to go to the 100 or have we bottomed? But we know that's not logical to be questioning because you're now in monthly lower low. You had a monthly lower high. And every time we're in these setups on lower time frame, we do get the big move down to the 100. We literally just saw it with the biweekly. Are we going to move down? Are we not? I remember that was the big question. Are we actually going to get this very easy setup? And we did. It just took time. But it literally did take you straight to the 100 before getting chopped. So it's the same kind of posturing, but just on a monthly. So when you get these moves up to the resistance, I do think it's wise to be looking for shorts still. Because like I mentioned on Friday, there's literally nothing saying that this is going to bottom out here. You can't call for that on a lower low, and you're barely getting it up. On bottoms, you want to just see a massive buyback and get back above levels. Not little 9% moves from the lows that are actually just ending up rejecting the previous lows here on the monthly. You just drew a meme line here, you're basically under March lows. Lost 100 straight down, lost the 34 straight down to the 100, lost the 34 straight down to the 100 quite literally in 1 month, lost the 34, went very near the 100. So why would this time be different for bulls? Actually, it is different. It's worse because you have the lowest volatility setup ever. So if you look at what I just showed in the past, it said this most likely is not going to happen. Well, actually, technically, it is more likely to happen more than ever. So, yeah, there's that. So what a really nice market we have. I do think Dixie is telling us that Bitcoin most likely is about to capitulate here soon. And for us traders, that's a really good thing because we are about to just make the next leg down. And logically, I am expecting a major bottom here in the 48s. Like I mentioned on our Discord, I have all of my investment buy zones here, and I am really looking for the bottom to be basically put in this month. Or maybe going into July. But yeah, 1 to 2 weeks, I'm looking for that. Why 1 to 2 weeks? Well, just based on how everything closed here. If this isn't a valid breakdown, then you are going to start seeing this breakdown. This has just been a month of chop under 65K. Now you're on your, 2 weeks, 4 weeks. Now you're on the 8th week, technically the 7th, but you get the point, the bi-weekly. You're getting almost 3 candles under that. Should basically mean we are good to go for a breakdown. Boom, 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 boom. You just simply stay under this zone here, 65. Stay under it. Look how quickly price can come all the way down. This was a bi-weekly of 64,700 down to 52,800. Here was another bi-weekly to 69. This is why if you get 69, that's an opportunity, but is anything saying 69,000 is more likely to come versus 65 rejecting? No. But if you get it, look at this rejected 69,000, basically 70K. But then this took you all the way down to 49,300. Deviated 69,000. The following bi-weekly, you went down to 56.5. So what are you noticing here? That in this range, you can make, and even if this resulted in a bullish move and you're above the bi-weekly 34, you still can get some pretty insane for like moves to the downside here. So let's see, do I see anything else? Like this looks so much cleaner than here for bears. It's insane. Yet this was giving you insane moves. In 2 weeks, that was 27%. That was 18%. That was 20%. So like how many 20% moves did we get in this range here? Let's see. We got, okay, how many 15% moves? We'll do that. 1, 2, 3. So 3. And this resulted into a bullish move. And we're wondering, is Bitcoin really going to go down? Oh yeah, it should. Like this should be no problem then going down 15% from here, 55,000. And an actual breakdown with monthly volatility confirmed with biweekly contracting. Something we noted with this biweekly is when you're in a bear market, every single time biweekly contracts, this will fire off down. And when you're in a bull market, every single time biweekly contracts, this will fire off up. So yeah, something to note as this contracts and gets to 18.2%, this tells me we're actually pretty close to another big move on Bitcoin. And what I just mentioned, this should fire off to the downside, statistically speaking. Here you had one in December. Here you had another in October. Or was it all the same? No. October, you got contraction. And then, yeah, January, you got the first one firing off. So actually, you've only had one this bear market. Versus like the bull market, you had 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 3. So the bull, you had 3. Here, you've only had 1. Let's check the previous bear market. 1, 2. So even last bull bear market, you had 2. Because the last low gave you contraction, gave you a setup, and that's what fired off bull. Even here in 2018, you had 1 finally give you a setup, which did result into a bear move. So there was your 1. So notice how it's like when the macro trend is down or up, these biweekly setups fire off. Kind of makes sense. Beautiful rejection of 65K so far. Even here, let's see. So nothing in 2013. So, with the bi-weekly close, you have to assume you're going to get the next leg down here on Bitcoin within the next 2 weeks, if not maybe a month. And that's kind of where my, time frame is telling me. on the new lows, I do believe this will be your best investment spot, is right into here. If you get that, I'd expect this for a very long time. And then most likely many are calling for this. And I do believe we're going to just break up from there. If we don't retest the biweekly 100, we absolutely can come in for a retest after hitting the 40s. This would mean you're going to get at minimum a pretty easy 52% mean reversion bounce. And again, we've seen these lows hold. And then these lows are what took you all the way up to the new all-time high. So it would be nice to start investing here. It's like you're getting 2024 prices, which are nice. And again, this is a massive SR from this resistance, which took you all the way down to 15K. You lose 49,000, it's cooked. Like this, you start losing the zone, Bitcoin's cooked. It's really going to start dumping towards the 20s. And then maybe Top G is right. Maybe. I don't know. He is bold, so maybe he's more lucky. But that would, there's still no reason to be calling for 20K on Bitcoin. That just disregards too many things. Like, I don't think Top G is, the god of Bitcoin, because then he would know the future, which would mean levels that have never literally been lost ever have been lost. Which, to me, I'd rather just go to the casino, play some blackjack, and then make that bet, because that doesn't make too much sense. So if you are calling for 20K, that is basically what you're saying. You're just saying levels are going to be disregarded that we've never disregarded before, and we're going to test levels we've actually never tested before on Bitcoin, which is the monthly SMA 200, which would be your absolute best spot to be buying Bitcoin, but that's at 20K. So that's most likely not going to happen. In the coming years, this will keep populating. We'll check CMEs. It's not even populated on CME. We're slowly starting to see it populate since May. But like, in 2027, 2028, 2029, this will be more populated. And then maybe we'll get some maybe the next bear market will be down to the SMA 200. Who knows? Because it will logically move up. Because, obviously Bitcoin's going to 250,000 in the coming months. So you get it? The moving averages lift up with price moving up. But in all realness, I am expecting the next leg down to occur basically now until the end of the month. I am looking at this low to be a trap. I don't think Bitcoin's low has been put in. I am looking for a massive girthy red dildo taking us all the way to 48 to 49K. And at that point, well, firstly, the more girthy this dildo is, the worse it will be for bulls, meaning the less people will be investing here. Remember, this has been a very straightforward bear market. Like, honestly, this has been extremely straightforward. There's been no questions on if this is a macro downtrend. Are we rejecting your levels? This has been very straightforward. So what would help is if we just put in a fuck you candle down and actually outweighed October's candle. October or 1010 candle, as they call it. Let me see here. Yeah, here it is. I was double checking that. Where we put in 1 month an 18%. Let me just double check. Yeah, it was October 10th. That was the bad one. Yeah, here it is, right here in these. Or like in 2 weeks, Bitcoin can go down $22,000. It's all about the number here. $22,000 in 2 weeks, 18%. So we absolutely can come down here, like 24% in just 2 weeks. So that's what I have on the Bitcoins. I am looking for this to start being weak. If you are an ETA, watch the trading alerts. After I'm done with Bitcoin, I'm going to post more trades. And remember, I am seeing strategy being a very beautiful short this coming days. Just on a quick glance, look at strategy. So this did fill the Academy short. And now we're looking for the move down to the 80s. Look at silver. We're still under daily SMA 200, while many are getting bullish on silver. Yes, lower time frame short again didn't work on my silver trade. I keep watching for this loss here, and it keeps taking me out. But the daily overall is still very bearish. Like, look, you're under an SMA 200. That's bad. And well, oil, yes, is putting in a girthy red dildo, but notice how you're still putting price divergence. You're still holding the SMA 200. And well, the stop loss is not taken on this oil long I have. So we can, really still keep making a bear thesis here. Coinbase, lower high. And then even QQQ, look at that. Go back in the beginning of the stream, we talked about this looking very bearish. If you're on ETA, I'm going to post actually some major shorts here on QQQ. Indices, look at that. That's beautiful. And like literally these price divergences do work actually quite well. Let me see. Do I have any on my chart? Oh yeah, here's one. Not as clean, not the best example I wanted. Let's see. I think it's on ES1. We have one. Let's see here. Yeah, like the price divergence here led this whole move down on ES1. Is this like the start of what we're seeing? So even ES1 is looking pretty nice for a short. So again, Bitcoin's not bullish under 65K. This has just put in the bearish retest on the bi-weekly, weekly, 2-day, 3-day, and even the daily. So now we need to be watching bears take control. Remember what I said last bear market, the easy indication was who's lying. Bitcoin is green, Dixie's green, stocks are green. Who's lying though? And often it was stocks and Bitcoin that was lying. Dixie was telling the truth. So whenever we get into these type of markets, it is wise to be looking at Dixie, even going to your Euro chart saying, okay, is Euro bullish right now? No, this looks like it's going to break down actually. Okay, so then that's more fuel for Dixie going up. Is Bitcoin actually bullish? Well, no, it's in daily silver cross posturing to the downside. And we've just retested 65K since we massively broke down in June, middle of June. So, having that kind of forethought can at least help. Now, if we go to tether dominance, we can gain more confluence. Is tether dominance bearish? Well, let's see. Okay, well, now 2 days just retesting the 9. This has been the spot we've been moving up. We do see maybe a deviation of the 8.571%, but that's not confirmed until you actually close on this 2-day. We have a new weekly, so let's check that out. Okay, weekly got the reclaim. You got the spring of about that 8.2% region. Not bad. Let's throw the 5 on because we know tether dominance has been extremely bullish. So we just basically bounced off the weekly 5. Let me clean this up a bit. What scenario were we talking about here? I think this is important, actually. This is our big bounce scenario. So you just need really 8.57% to hold. This is what I was saying here. You hold this, you'll break out. You got yesterday holding it, but you took yesterday's low out. So a little weak, but you hit the 21. So it's still not, again, putting in massive bearish confirmation. This still looks like it maybe is grinding out an uptrend again. Here was your lower low break. Here was your last maybe lower high. Here's your higher high break on a sneaky way. Here was your higher low. And so if this gets back above the 8.57% today, tomorrow could actually give bulls a spring up because that would be 3 closures. That would mean today you need to see actually a daily closure on tether dominance above 8.57%. If you do see that though, then yeah, you're getting 1, 2, and then maybe on the 3rd closure, you'll get the expansion and get the higher high break. You break June 19th wick high, and you will start moving up. And my next target is 9%. So that's the equivalent of Bitcoin testing its lows. So it's really not that far from Bitcoin testing its lows is what you should make from this. You're just seeing bulls starting to, do it. Slowly put in the structure. Okay, lower low break, let's short. Oh man, trend shift, higher low, and then boom, you're going to go up. And during this moment is when we put in the bearish retest. And this is when many start posting clown emojis, getting bullish. And then this is when we start making the leg down. every one of these shorts that we've posted on ETA, every single one, this, and this one, and I'll just finish it off with this one, has all been hindsight trades. It's all just been very easy. It's all just been like very straightforward. Is this another hindsight trade? Well, to me, it seems like this might be actually. So, you know, we'll actually come back next stream on Wednesday and see. Yeah, I'm very eager to see where today actually closes, because the more I see this, the more it's just looking good actually for, well, us, our shorts. So remember, today 8.57% will be your key indicator that maybe tomorrow, tonight, you're actually going to bust up, get that higher high break. Now, remember what we talked about here, and this is a very important part, because the higher timeframes are really starting to confirm this. Now, what we have is the bi-weekly is starting to close back above 8.57%. Now, this is very important, because what you're going to notice here back in 2022 was you did get a bi-weekly closing, but then you lost it, and then you held it, you couldn't get expansion, and then this was a trap. So I hope everyone's aware. This was your trap because it reclaimed but didn't expand. And then the following bi-weekly, you went down 19%. And then you stayed under this zone, this 8.57%. And then here was your massive bull market. Now what do we have? You made a epic move up. You've rejected 8.57%. Come down. Now you made a massive move up, and you even held it. I mean, bulls really were trying to defend this zone. Bears are trying to lose it, because you know why. But you've actually defended it for 2 closures now. So a month, 4 weeks. So now this bi-weekly, you got to start seeing expansion, or you're going to be back into this setup, which was a trap. Once it held it for 2, we dumped 20%. Now, we need to start seeing this hold. You essentially closed almost in doji formation last bi-weekly, but you did hold above 8.57%. This could be a shift. If you get this next bi-weekly back above 8.57%, this will be a shift, something you've never seen before on tether dominance. And it's going to be exactly what we were talking about. Where was it? In this, I think 6.96% region holding before the spring up. Let me just double check that on the weekly. Let me see. Oh, wait, maybe it was the monthly. Oh, yeah, it was. Let's go to the bi-monthly. ICU chart. Oh, I see. Yes. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. See the wicks here. We've always wicked below this spot. It took me a minute. I'm like, where's the line? But it's a bugger. It's tiny. Let's make that bigger. Always wicked below this spot. Wicked below, wicked below, wicked below, wicked below, wicked below. Dumped. Here, you actually just tapped it, and that was it. You just went up. So if we start actually closing back above 8.57%, that'll be a shift. That'll be a major indication that this chart on tether dominance is becoming strong. And we are actually about to see something we've never seen before that could just result into a new all-time high. So really pay attention to tether dominance. I don't know where BBWP went. A little strange. I'll deal with that later. Because this is still telling a story, and this is why then we need to be watching very carefully the daily, because this still could be grinding out some kind of higher low, and this is the spot you would want to start seeing expansion, similar to this is the spot on Bitcoin. You'd want to see the rejection. So that's what I'm watching here. You can literally even get an SR on the 2-day. You just you need to close above 8.57%. All right, now let's go to Bitcoin dominance. Wrap this puppy up. Let's go to the weekly. Weekly did hold the EMA 100. So again, as long as you hold above the EMA 100, you could move up to the 59.69%. This will equate to a 69,000 on Bitcoin. But remember, even Bitcoin dominance is saying if you rally up to this zone, 59.69%, no changes will occur. Nothing will change. You're just getting closer to the breakdown happening at the end or beginning of July or middle of July, we'll say, maybe beginning of August, if this channel is going to play out. Last week, though, you did close under it, so you are in breakdown. You just now need to start seeing this actually break down. You take out yet last week's low, and you're going to get a target to 57.4%. Remember, Bitcoin dominance going down has just equated to Bitcoin moving down. Look at the 61.8%. If you lose that, so taking out basically June 8th's low, you'll move all the way down to 56.15%. It's a pretty big gap down to 78.6%. It's like almost 4% down. Pretty insane. So until then, you're now just looking for a rejection here. Last week's low shouldn't get taken out. Going to the daily, you need to reject literally here. So this is telling you that perhaps Bitcoin has topped here locally because this needs to reject here. You're at the daily median. You've retested the breakdown zone here, which was the 21. So you've gotten the retest. So this now needs to start coming down. If it breaks down here, your next target will be 57.4%. So Bitcoin is looking extremely weak. Indices are looking extremely weak. Dixie is looking extremely strong. And, well, oil is still holding. We need to be watching very carefully 65,000. That's where the dreams, hopes, and aspirations lie for bulls. Getting back above 65.5 means this is a shift. And a level we didn't just reject in June. The middle of June isn't going to reject today. But we know markets like to keep being the same logical, straightforward way that they've been always. So until actually we get a change, the analysis will keep being the same. Daily silver cross will take us down. 65,000 is resistance. We've just overshot that a little to actually fulfill the bear prophecy and actually retest that bi-weekly 65.5 retest zone, but also daily EMA 21. Now you're watching for a rejection down. Once you close under 62.2 is going to confirm 49,000. There's no changes to that setup, and the monthly should guide you down with volatility expanding. Price should keep moving down. There's literally no confirmation this has formed any kind of bottom, and you've just solidified the retest. So if this is going to be a retest, then you should see the most violent price action to the downside that we've seen all bear market, because we know that the lower we go, the more extreme we get. And the more extreme we get, the more likely it is to form a bottom. It's exactly like what occurred in October when we had a very extreme move up to 126,000, and then a massive drop. That was the top. So it can be to the opposite end. A very extreme move down that leads to a bottom before going up. I am looking at the monthly 100 to be an opportunity zone, a buy range of 49,000 to 45,000. And as long as we are holding above 45,000, anywhere into here is a massive generational buy opportunity across the board. And I am looking for strategy, ETH, Bitcoin, Coinbase, Solana, all to line up with a $45,000 to $49,000 Bitcoin. Pay attention to tether dominance. 8.57% is a big zone, and you're really trying to get the 2-day to close back above 8.57%, because simply speaking, this will mean it's a higher low, and more likely than not, you will make a higher high break and actually get a 9% on tether dominance, which will just simply equate to testing the lows on Bitcoin. Indices are looking weak, Dixie is looking strong, and that can often be a good sign for us. We just now need to watch Dixie close back above 101. If Dixie closes back above 101, that'll start indicating a move up to 101.70, possibly giving us that 102 target. So overall, Bitcoin's, just still in spot of chop. And it still looks like with last week's closing happening and a new week upon us, we are grinding out somewhat of a lower high on the weekly, and we are potentially just seeing bearish consolidation here. So pay attention very carefully, watch the trading alerts, and let's really see if Bitcoin actually reclaims 65,000. And bulls are going to be bullish. There should be no problem for a reclaim of that 21. really making the silver cross weaker, giving us a target move up to at minimum 68,000. And at that point, why wouldn't we go up to 69? So that's all I have on the cryptos.
Alrighty. Let me share my screen. There we go. The daily, and we'll start with Bitcoin. Okay. So now we are starting to tick up from the edge of the bearish control zone. It does make sense to make a little bit of a bounce from this region. This goes along with the 38.2% retest. It's going to come down to really today's close, because if you do reject this 38.2%, which is at $64,800, this is very, very likely going to come down to the 78.6% from this region, and that is currently basically at our lows, is at around $60,000. No divergence really forming, because you're making a higher low on momentum with a higher low on price, so there's nothing there. This will confirm a local bottom with any close over 64,525. And if that does confirm, then you would have a target towards somewhere around $69,000 for this top 38.2%. Let's go into Jewel, and we are getting a bullish cross here with the pink crossing above the yellow. It's happening within the bearish control zone. Let's mark this off and see if the average move has been fulfilled yet. I don't know, something about being in Texas that always gives me diarrhea when I come here. Must be that American food.
All the poison you're eating, son.
Like always, within 3 days, maximum 3 days in America, and I got diarrhea.
That's what he does.
Viva Mexico, hermanitos. Cállate, Luna. Oh, she actually shut up. 5.2%, 5.7%, 7%. This one, 4%, about 4.5%, similar to that 5% move. Seems to be some pretty realistic moves for around 5%. %, 7.7%, and 10%. And the current one, from the open to the high, we've done about 4.26%. Basically kind of almost hits the minimum move, which is about 4.5%. Kind of basically hits it. And if we were to do 4.5%, that would take us to about $65,800. Kind of hit that basically. If we were to do it into the 5% number, somewhere around 5.5%, that would take us to about 66.5, and 7% takes us to about $68,000. The higher end move of around 10% to 11% would be around $69,000 to $70,000, which would take us to basically this 55 EMA on the daily. And that also lines up with the top 38.2%, which would be the target of closing within this 38.2%. 12 hour is also currently flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone, or the bullish control zone, my bad. And you are currently putting in some hidden bearish divergence, which will be confirmed currently with any close below $63,218. But as you go on, this is going to be easier to confirm. 12-hour has gotten the close over the 38.2%. We didn't exactly get the close over 38.2%, but you opened above it. So as long as you close above it, which is at 64,580, should retest this area. And if this closed like this, kind of a little toppy, so probably going to come lower than the 38.2% to test somewhere around the 9, which is at like 64.2. Then at that point, if you do close below this 38.2%, this is going to be the top. Next lower high in a series of lower highs, and then you're going to be going straight down to somewhere around 61.5 from there. If you manage to hold this area, though, then your next target is the 78.6, which is currently just below 69,000 at 68.5. 8 hours now starting to also flip back up, brushing up against the top 38.2%, currently rejecting, which is at 65,090, 65,100. And if you do close over this level, oh fuck, someone's calling me. Let me reject this real quick.
So if we close under that level, someone's calling you?
I'm sorry?
So if we close under that level, someone's calling you? Or are they calling you regardless?
Yeah, basically. I think they're calling me regardless. I wish they weren't, but they're calling me. And it's a 1-800 number too.
As long as it's not
So
March.
8 hours. Yeah, I've blocked that number, so I don't get those calls anymore.
Also, that's one way to deal with it.
Emails.
Yeah.
Let's go to 4 hour. Apple knows if that goes through on my iMessages, I'm suing them.
Well, now I'm pretty sure if you have Meta apps installed on your phone, they're looking at your screen the whole time. On your phone or your computer.
They can look at whatever they want, just make sure I don't receive those notifications from March. 4 hour currently flipped up also on momentum. 4 hours putting in bearish divergence here because you do have a higher high on a closing basis versus a lower high in momentum. Currently, you have to close below. You could use this one, but I'd be more comfortable with this low, which is at 63,249. And that would also take you below this 38.2%, which would then bring you down to that similar target as before, around 61.5. Nothing really here. Let's go to actually go with higher time frames on the HBDR first. 2 days getting expansion off of that median basically after we opened above it, and we are back above the 5. What we want to close back over is the 9 though, because the 9 is where we found our last lower high, and we've been under the 9 since around $78,000. So, and what goes along with being over the median is we have a target at the top 38.2%, which would take us over the 9. It doesn't tell us if we're going to close over that or not, and currently that takes us to about $66,800. If you do close over the 9, then from there you're likely going to go to somewhere around this 21 at least, which puts you closer to the $69,000. And you are currently putting in hidden bearish divergence possibility on the 2-day, taking out these previous highs, while price is making a lower high, and this will confirm it, and he closed below $63,000, and that'll give you a target down to about $53,000 on confirmation. Five-day currently flipped up on momentum, putting in bullish divergence. This is currently active from this candle here. This will remain active as long as you're closing above 61,700, and your easy target from that was the 5, which you have currently hit. Next target is the 9, which is around $68,000. Weekly does have possibility of bullish divergence here. This is going to require a close over $67,260 to confirm. We are currently just getting the bounce from this 200 SMA region. And then from there, your minimum target from that bounce would be the 5, kind of front-rendered over here. Currently, it's sitting at $66,700. Look at this. We were close to getting a bullish cross. Now they have diverged, giving you the opposite move. 2-week currently getting a move up from the bottom 38.2%. 2-week is freshly silver crossing to the downside. We are getting the 21 now crossing below the 55. We do want to see a closure to confirm that, and likely will give you a very nasty dumpski associated with it. And it goes along with 2-week retesting the moving average after losing it, which would go along with the bearish retest. There's possibility of bullish divergence here because you do have a lower low on a closing basis with a higher low on momentum, but this is going to require a close over 67,000, same number, $67,260 to confirm. And once you do confirm that divergence, that will give you a target towards somewhere around $71,000. Not really anything of significance, even if you confirm this. The one that will be significant is if you can get a close back over 82,800. That'll take you to all-time highs then. But quite an ordeal to get back over here. More likely, this is just going to come up somewhere. If this even confirms this divergence as a big if, very big if, and if it does confirm, likely just comes somewhere around this region, rejects, retests this 9 on the silver cross, retests, and then massive dumpski. That's even a big if. That requires closing back over 67s to 60. There's also a possibility that you can just come tap somewhere around 68s to 69s, never confirm this, and then just dump. Or you just dump from here. And 2-week Jules losing the buy signal, flipping it neutral right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Monthly is still flipped up, but it's about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. This is likely where it does flip down, and monthly is about to put in bearish divergence and a local top, and that will confirm with any close below $72,402. And right now you're also about to lose the 61.8%, which then brings you to the 78.6. That level will probably move a little bit, but it's currently sitting at around $52,200. Wherever this is at that time is going to be your target. And we're getting a bearish cross with the pink crossing below the yellow. This is happening for the second time in Bitcoin's history, and is happening higher than it happened during Luna, so it theoretically should be more powerful, and that would be the cryptocurrency, by the way. And you are also skipping the neutral phase and going directly into the sell phase, which is the only second time since the 2018 bear market. And you're also getting this relationship with the 9 crossing below the 21, giving you the free move to the 55. Quarterly also looking quite ugly. Quarterly is getting a rejection from the 9 and the 5, and also is losing the 61.8%. You got bearish divergence on the quarterly, and momentum is currently flipped down. Once you lose the 61.8%, that'll take you to the target of losing the 38.2, which is the 78.6, and that is currently sitting at somewhere around $45,000, but it will update. And 6-month getting a loss of the 38.2%. 6-month also putting in bearish divergence, and that will be targeting currently your 78.6 on the 6-month, which is currently lining up perfectly with your 21, and that is at around $42,000. But both of these levels will update several times. Let's go to Tether. Get a little sip ski of this Coke Zero. Alrighty. And it's not only diarrhea, I'm getting heartburn too. America sucks. Daily is now.
You drink a fucking Coca-Cola.
But I drink this in Mexico too, and it doesn't do anything.
Well, when you combine it with the poison from here, it's not good.
Do as I say, not as I do.
You're ready to be a father.
Daily currently also flipped up. Very close to breaking into the bullish control zone on Tether. Not any divergence though, because you are making a lower high in momentum, but you're not yet making a higher high in price. The only divergence that would be here would be a hidden bullish divergence, because we've taken out all of these previous lows on momentum with price making a higher low. You did confirm it on this candle here, and this is going to be active as long as you're closing over 8.355%. And right now, this is just retesting the 21. Although, with it losing the 38.2%, that would signal a little bit lower to tap the median. That still technically would be a higher low at around 8.29%. That's only really significant if you start losing the median, then you're likely going to sweep this low and come down to somewhere around 7.6-ish%. That would still just be a higher low though, in terms of higher time frames. 2-day is now at the bottom 38.2% with momentum flipped down, putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence. This will require a close over 8.666 devil's number to confirm, and that will take you towards your all-time highs currently. You lose at 38.2%, this is going to put in a local top here, and then you're likely going to target somewhere around 7.7 to 7.6%. 5-day currently firstly flipping down. 5-day does have bearish divergence possible because you have a higher high on a closing basis, lower high in momentum, and this will require a close below 8.149% to confirm. And once you do confirm that, that's going to give you a move down. Well, it's also going to give you a loss of 38.2%, going to give you a move down to somewhere around 7%. I see that SpaceX is continuing its downward moves today. Jim Cramer is undefeated. I don't know how he does it. Weekly currently did get a rejection of the 38.2%, several rejections actually. So, but you did open above the 38.2%. So as of now, as long as you're holding over that level at 8.37%, you're likely going to go to somewhere into the tens after that. The current target would be 11%, but this is going to update, and you have multiple other setups targeting in the tens. Anything else? No. 2-week currently looking a little toppy. Momentum is very close to flipping back down here. You do have possibility of bearish divergence on the 2-week, and this will confirm with any close below 8.149%. And if you do close below that, that's going to give you a target not much lower of the 2-week 9, and that's also lining up at the bottom 38.2%, around like 7.9%. And that would just be a higher low in terms of long-term structure. And 2-week Jewel is now losing the sell signal and flipping at neutral right at the edge of the bullish control zone. It's not a bearish setup here. Monthly currently flipped down, very close to the reset zone. There is monthly possibility of monthly hidden bearish divergence, although you have to close below 6.971%. A little unlikely at this point. That would confirm this is a local top, although more likely this is going to confirm a local bottom with the close over 7.864, which you already are over, and that's going to bring you into the top 38.2%, especially since you're also closing over the median, and they both sit basically at the same exact area. I love it when they do that because it gives you a very good, clean idea, where if you were to close over the median, you would also make a local bottom, taking you to the top 38.2% at 10.5%. Pretty nice monthly dildo and tether here. And the quarterly brushing up against this 38.2%, which then would take you into the 12s with this median will update on the closure. Alrighty, let's go into RSI. All right. Daily's got bearish divergence currently. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.669%. Nice number. And you've hit the easy target, which is the bearish control zone. Next level is going to be the bearish control zone again. That sits at 8.2%, with volatility almost back to extreme lows. 12 hours got multiple drives of bearish divergence with volatility almost back to extreme lows. Next target is going to be somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average. That puts you between 8.29% and 8.2%. And the bearish control zone's at 7.9. 8 hours about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close below 8.529%. And this is going to give you a move on confirmation to somewhere around 8.19%. With volatility also almost back to extreme lows. 4 hours got confirmed bearish divergence. You've hit the bearish control zone from here. The next target is the critical zone around 8.06%. Volatility is now starting to expand from extreme lows, almost back above 15%. 2 hours also got bearish divergence with the silver cross down. You're about to come and retest the 9, which is at 8.5%. And you have a target of the bearish control zone, which currently sits at 7.41. And the critical zone is, 8.41. And the critical zone is at 7.95. Traders got a local top. This will confirm with any close below 8.495%, and that is going to give you a move down to the 21, which is around 8.2%. You do have other setups targeting 8.2% as well. Bearish divergences. 3 days got a local top. This is gonna be active as long as you're closing below 9.017%, and currently you do have support at 8.11%, lining up at the 8.2% move, and from there you should get expansion from 8.1 to 8.2%, and you should be hitting the critical zone, which is currently right around your all-time highs. You're basically a tick above your all-time highs. And this move down is coming along with contracting volatility. 5-day also has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below 8.853%, and you have support at the edge of the bullish control zone, which also lines up with about 8.2s. And then your next target is going to be the critical zone, which is currently lining up with your top 38.2% on the monthly, around 10.3%. The 38.2 is at 10.5. 6 days got 3 drives of bearish divergence. You've hit the easy target, which is the edge of the bullish control zone. Next level is going to be somewhere around 7.65 to 7.7%, which is the simple moving average. And the neutral zone is at 7.9%. You do have a bearish divergence target of 7.9%. But this really could come all the way down to 7.6, 7.7%, and just be a higher low and continuation from there. This would just be a move down to somewhere around this 21. I don't think this is going to happen. I'm thinking somewhere around the 8.2% to maybe a 7.9% max, and then from there you're likely going to continue upwards to hitting all-time highs on Tether. Weekly's got active hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over basically 7% flat, very low from where we are now, and you're about to test support, which is the simple moving average at 8.4%. And the next level is the neutral zone, and that level is sitting at 7.9%. Oh, SpaceX short hit TP. Mashallah. Nice job, Senor Shiva. Got the exact top. 2 week. Got a local bottom. 7%. From here, you got support at the bullish control zone at 8%. Monthly. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nothing there. No, let's go get Bitcoin.
Google's down 6% just today.
Wow. Google. Is it because everyone's using the new ad blocker? Probably not.
No, I think everything is down because they told every retard that markets are good to go now. Everything is going to go up. So when the narrative is positive, you get fucked.
What a massive, girthy red dildo on Google. This is a daily candle in a multi-trillion-dollar company.
But it's not just Google. Meta's down 2.5%. Disney, which Nvidia, Amazon's down 4.25%. Microsoft's down 2%.
Oh, Rivian. Ooh.
Roblox down 10%. What happened to pedophilia?
Let's see.
I thought pedophilia was bullish. What's going on?
Oh, wait. AI can make it now, too. There
no
we go.
way.
Pack it up, fellas.
But the senators are not using it themselves, are they? Like, I feel like they're more on Roblox for their pedophilia needs.
That's true. Or maybe by now they found a new Epstein.
That's what I think. That's why I didn't invest again in Roblox right now.
It was only popping off when they were searching for a new one. Now they've got their guy. I would say it's Bono.
Bono.
Because he's a large human piece of shit.
The biggest.
I love that episode.
One of the greatest.
All right, start with daily on Bitcoin. Bitcoin on the daily currently still has active bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 62,000. I cannot see that number. $62,884. And your next target on that divergence is going to be the bullish control zone. And that level sits at about $67,000. And you do have support currently sitting at the neutral zone. And that level sits at 63,100. And volatility is now almost back to extreme lows. 12 hours got active hidden bullish divergence. Volatility is almost back to extreme lows. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 63,250, and your next target from there is going to be somewhere around the neutral zone to the simple moving average. That puts you around 66,400. And the bullish control zone is currently sitting at 69,350. 8 hours putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This is going to confirm with any close over $64,233. And this is going to give you a target of $66,700. I am not considering the critical zone target because this is going to update several times, and I don't think we're going to go to 74,000 or 75,000. Likely is going to update to somewhere around 68, maybe 67, 68, but I'm just guessing. 4 hours close to a silver cross. 4 hour does have bullish divergence active. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over 63,250, with volatility now starting to expand from below 15%. And you're very close to the simple moving average, which is your easy target from your bullish divergence, and that's at around $65,000. Next level is the critical zone, and that level is at 67.8. 2 hours got bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 63,250, same number as before, and volatility is expanding for many periods of 0%. We will get to this on the momentum chart. And your next target is the bullish control zone. It's at 65.3, and then the critical zone is at 69.3. Local bottom on the 2-day. This is going to target the bearish control zone. That sits at 68.3. 3-day's got a local bottom. Going to target the simple moving average. But then he closed over 67 to 60, and currently the simple moving average is at 71,000. 5 days got bullish divergence currently active. This is going to remain active as long as you're closing over $61,700. And your next target on that bullish divergence is going to be the neutral zone, which is going to update several times. Right now it's sitting at 74,000. 6 days got multiple drives of bullish divergence, currently targeting around 68,200. And this will be active as long as you're closing over 61,061 to be exact. Another benefit of this specific RSI that I like to use is it makes it really quick to see what your invalidations are. Because like on this one, if you want to see how long or what would invalidate this bullish divergence, you go to this picture, or not picture, but
triangle,
like population of the bullish divergence. Yeah, the triangle the population is like more technical word for it. Triangle is easier. And then you see the close of this candle, and this is at 61,061. So it tells you if you close below this level, that will invalidate this bullish divergence.
Got it.
You don't really need this. You can just see where the last drive of bullish divergence is, and that would tell you the closure of that candle is the number to confirm. It just makes it a lot faster. Time's money, fellas. But actually, yes. Weekly currently has active 3 drives of hidden bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $82,180. $18,000 higher than where we are now, and you currently see is anything possible here? Yeah, there's currently a possibility of bullish divergence, but this is going to require a close over. Come on. Yeah, $67,260. If you do confirm it, gives you a move into the weekly 9 at around $69,000. No, I don't think, like, I personally don't want to like long in this region. I just am a little scared of shorting at the 200 SMA on the weekly. But at this 5, this was a perfect entry for that, and maybe anywhere into the 5 again at around 66,000. If you were to tap it, going to be another ideal entry, and then you would have a very, very tight stop loss in this one. But this one at your wick high, that would be a stop of like 0.91%. You could go wild on the leverage on this one, and then you'd be targeting at a minimum this 200 SMA at 62,000, and that was a move down of 6% versus less than 1% against you. 6-1 right there. Pretty amazing odds. And if that doesn't work, you just re-roll at the 9 at 69 to 70,000. Two weeks currently got active multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is you do have resistance at the bearish control zone, which you are about to hit, and that bearish control zone currently sits at around $67,900. And your easy move from the bearish divergence is going to be your simple moving average, and that level currently sits at it dropped actually on this last close. Before it was at $50,800. Now it's at $47,300. Quite bearish. 2 week also very close to volatility, coming back to a full reset. And you got that silver cross at the downside. This is the first silver cross of the downside we've had in this entire bull market. In this entire uptrend season, whatever you want to call it. The last time we had a first silver cross to the downside was right before FTX. It was after Luna that it had happened. That's the cryptocurrency, by the way. And if we were to get a retest of the 100 EMA, that would put you currently at around $68,000 to $69,000. And the 9 is going to continue to drop with every single close. Do we want to see on this current close, we will confirm that silver cross to the downside, and then the 9 will cross again on this. Drop down again on this next one, and then eventually it will line right up with this 100 and the 5. And monthly is putting in a fresh drive of bearish divergence, possibility for a local top. This is going to confirm with any close below $72,402, and that's going to bring you down to the 100, which is going to rise with this next close in 8 days, and likely line up somewhere around this meme line at around $49,000 to $50,000, somewhere in that region. Possibly it can go up to $52,000. So. And from there, I am looking to get a very large bounce somewhere between $52,000 and $49,000. Possibility that you could have your bear market bottom there, although you're going to have to see on at least a week bullish divergence on a weekly time frame, preferably higher. But once you get that, it goes along with that bounce from that $50,000 area to $49,000 zone, and then from there you likely will at least retest somewhere around $69,000. At that point, if you can reclaim $69,400, $69,500, you likely will be testing $100,000 after that. But just want to front running a lot of things. You want to see what happens around that $49,000 to $52,000 area first, but it's more so a when rather than an if type of thing on this, because it's kind of it is looking like that bearish divergence on the monthly is just a formality as of this point, because you have to reclaim $72,400 for this to be to no longer be possible, and that requires getting back over $69,000 first, which is a very, very important level of resistance. And you have a monthly volatility setup currently firing off, which we will get to on the momentum chart. Quarterly currently also have multiple drives of bearish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing below $114,000, which is like $50,000 below price right now. And this is going to be, and this your next target on this is going to be around 63,200. 6 month is also putting in possibility for 3 drives of bearish divergence, and if this does confirm, this is currently our most bearish setup. If this does confirm, this is giving you a target of the 21, which is going to rise with every single close. Likely it's going to take several closes before it hits, but right now it's sitting somewhere around $41,000 to $42,000. Eventually, it is going to line up with that $49,000 area, and if when we test that $49,000 and $52,000 area, if that's also a test with the 6 month 21 EMA, even a slight front run of the 6 months 21 EMA, I'm going to be a lot more confident saying that that's going to be our macro low and the next low before going up to eventually new all-time highs. And the 6 month 21 is kind of where we bottomed out on FTX, kind of front ran a little bit, but the monthly 100 is exactly where we bottomed out on FTX, and also basically exactly where we bottomed out off of COVID. So that I have a lot more comfortability with that area as being our next macro low, and that's currently sitting right below $49,000 at like 48,000 ish, somewhere around that region. And this is going to rise with every single close. So lining up with the zone of somewhere around $49,000 to $52,000, which I think is a very, very, very high possibility that'll be our next macro low. That'll put in several drives of hidden bullish divergence, probably even taking out this momentum low here, which is our low from the price was at 25,000. The price is going to be trading more than double that at that point, making it a very significant drive of hidden bullish divergence, and then that'll give us a target of somewhere around $130,000. But we have to see wherever the bullish control zone is at that time. Currently, it's here, but this is going to change. Maybe it's 120, 125, maybe it's 140, but it doesn't really matter. You can just basically say all-time highs. But that doesn't require price to come down here, retest this zone here, and then you need to make a local bottom, preferably on the monthly regular bullish divergence. From this point would be a lot more comfortable from the 100 EMA. That this is likely going to be our macro low. But even if that does happen, it's likely not just going to be a straight line up to new all-time highs. It's probably going to chop around here for several weeks / several months, maybe retest a low a couple of times, and then start your next bull market. Because if you notice right here, you didn't just go straight down and then up. You chopped around this region, around that 17,000 to 15,000 zone, or 20,000 to 15,000 zone for a long time before you ended up busting up through. This was from this region here when you came down to 17,000. This was June of 2022, and then until you broke out of this region, this was in January of 23. So this was about 7 months of sideways and down before you ended up breaking this region, and then you found a new range in this zone here between 27,000 or 25,000 and 31,000, 32,000 to the upside. Basically, looking for that same thing around this region. Several months of sideways and down before retesting the lows, maybe making an ever so slightly lower low, then busting up and finding your new range, or somewhere around 70,000 to 68,000, and then after a couple of months of that, your next bull market starts. But that first does require lower prices, around 49 to 52,000. Now let's go to momentum. Rusipsky. There we go. Daily on Tether is currently flipped back up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.38%. And you're also putting in hidden bullish divergence on Tether, which did confirm with momentum flipping back up. Let's check out, like the Canadians say. 12-hour currently freshly flipped down with the derp of death, and no divergence because you are making a lower high on momentum and price, and this is going to remain flipped down. Actually, you did take out this momentum high, so there is some hidden bearish divergence here, which is currently confirmed. And this is going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.61%. Your target of the divergence is going to be the 55, not that much lower at around 8.3-ish percent. Is it 8.2%? 8 hours currently also flipped down with a derp of death, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 8.6%. 4 hour currently flipped up with volatility now starting to expand from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8.42%, which is close to flipping down, but it is still flipped up. You close in 30 minutes. And you're about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. Speaking of bearish control zone, I like to use voice to text 99% of the time. And for some reason, Siri thinks when I say bearish, I'm saying perish. Perish is not, I don't even think that's a real word. Like a pear, the fruit. It's like when you say fucking and it says ducking. Nobody uses the word ducking. 2 hour currently is flipped down with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%, giving you a little volatility setup to the downside with your silver cross to the downside. Although this is only a 2 hour setup, so it's not really going to be that powerful. And you are currently getting a rejection of getting out of the bearish control zone with that volatility setup to the downside currently. And to see how much you are currently down from getting above 15%. Let's see. So from here, you went down around 3% so far. It's only a 2 hour setup, so 3% is quite a lot. Let's see how much we went from the last one. Okay, so this one took us to 15%. You went down around 3%, got a little bit of a bounce, and then you went down around 5.5%. Let's find another example. Here we go. Which one took us over 15%? This one. You got to move down of around 3%. You got a little bounce ski, and then you got to move down of around 5%. So let's take it around 5% from where we went down so far. This is about 3, and then 5% brings us to around 8.2%. Very interesting, because that is one of our minimum targets, around 8.2%. And then it's only 0.2% lower from where we are now. Not that crazy. Which would just be, that's not even Bitcoin getting to 69,000. That's just like maybe 66 to 67,000. Daily currently, oh, we already did this. Let's go to 2-day. 2-day is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.69%. Nice number. 5 days currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 8.01%. You are putting in possibility of bearish divergence because you do have a higher high on a price closing basis with momentum making a lower high, but this is going to require a close below 8.01% to confirm. Weekly currently also putting in possibility of bearish divergence with a lower high on momentum with a higher high in price, but this is going to require a close below 7.66% to confirm. It's a lot harder to confirm it on the stochastic than it is on the RSI. And volatility is now firing off to the upside with momentum flipped up, volatility expanding from 0%, and this is going to remain active as long as you're closing over 7.66%. Let me just quickly draw this. Take it from this high to this high, or this low, and you are currently right around this 78.6%. If you were to come down to the golden pocket, that would bring you down to that 8.2% area, and you are likely going to get a strong bounce from this zone. This is also lining up with your previous highs, and your next target is lining up beautifully with our 38.2% on the monthly at 10.5%. Looks quite bullish on Tether. 2-week also freshly flipped back up right at the edge of the bullish control zone, with volatility now entering into extreme lows. This was the idea with price on Tether moving to the downside. You have volatility now fully reset back into that 15% area, and now we are ready for a 2-week volatility setup to the upside. And this is going to be active. This is going to be a 2-week setup to the upside as long as momentum is flipped up, and this is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 8%. And this is likely the setup that takes us into that 10% region. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 8.74%. Anything else? Monthly is currently putting in hidden bearish divergence because you do have a higher high on momentum with a lower high in price. And this is going by closing basis. And quarterly is currently flipped up with volatility expanding from the lowest point ever. And you have hidden bullish divergence on the quarterly, and this is going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 5.78%. It does make sense to get a little bit of a rejection here because you are brushing up against your previous all-time highs. Daily is currently flipped down on Bitcoin with volatility almost fully reset, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $65,300. I believe that is your current high on the daily. No, it's at 65,500, so $200 above. 12 hours currently also flipped up with a derp of life, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 63,500 with volatility almost back to 15%. Extreme lows. 8 hours currently flipped up with a derp of life, volatility almost starting to expand, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $63,650. 4 hours currently also freshly flipped up with volatility now expanding from extreme lows, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $65,200, and you do close in 23 minutes. So if this does flip down here, this is likely, and I'd also preferably like to see a SFP of this 100 EMA. That does happen, this is likely going to be your next lower high, and you're probably going to be breaking $62,000 after that, probably coming down to somewhere around 61.5 to 61.5 to 61,000. Maybe get a little bit of a bounce in that region, but I do think that bounce is going to fail, and then you're going to get your next leg down into the 50s after that. If this does maintain up though, and you close over the 100, likely you're going to get a retest with that 100 somewhere in the 64 to the 65,000, but I do think from there you're going to expand to the 200, and that is currently sitting around $68,000. Let's see what happens on this close. 2 hours also flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $64,569. Nice number. 2-day is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over $63,000 with volatility resetting from extremes. 5 days currently flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $72,400. Weekly is currently also flipped down with volatility expanding, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $76,200. 2-week is also flipped, or 2-week is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over $69,750, which is very close to flipping down because you are below that number. And this is going to close in about 13 days. And usually you like to come up and test these pivots. And that also currently is lining up with your 100 EMA. We'll see. But this is going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below flipped up as long as you're closing below 69,700, which is about to flip down. And you're getting volatility resetting along with price moving up, very close to coming down below that 15% area, which was the idea with Tether. We have gotten that now with Tether, with price moving down on Tether, volatility resetting. Now we want to see volatility on Bitcoin reset as price moves up to give you your mean reversion bounce. And monthly is currently firing off a volatility setup to the downside. Monthly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain flipped down as long as you're closing below $70,600. And volatility is now back above 15%. You currently are putting in possibility of a hidden bullish divergence, but this is going to require monthly momentum flipping back up, which will also invalidate this monthly volatility setup. And if that does happen, that'll take you all-time highs, but a little unlikely considering the monthly volatility setup does have a 100% hit rate of playing out in terms of direction of momentum. Plus, RSI is all but formality to confirm the bearish divergence with any close below $72,400. We have all of the moons and the planets lining for this downside into somewhere around this 100 EMA, around $48,000 to $50,000. Quarterly is also flipped down as long as you're closing below $100,900 with volatility at the lowest point ever. So right now, I am currently watching these major closes that we have coming up. The monthly closes mainly, especially since we have monthly with volatility set up, volatility expanding from extreme lows with momentum flipped down, and we currently are putting in bearish divergences on a lot of time frames. You got quarterly bearish divergence, you got 6 month putting in possibility of bearish divergence, but on the low time frames we do have momentum still flipped up. If we do see a low time frame momentum flip down, like if you go to the daily, and if we see daily maintain downwards momentum below $65,300, we see on the 2-day flip down here at below 62,900, and if the weekly also maintains downwards momentum with volatility expanding, I think you are likely going to see your move down into somewhere around 61,500 to 61,000 for a little bounce, and then eventually into somewhere around 52,000 to 49,000. But on the lower time frames, you do have momentum flipped up currently. 4 hour is very close to freshly flipping up with volatility now expanding. You are putting in bullish divergence on your lower time frames. So from here, I would, depending on this 4 hour close, if you do get this silver cross to confirm, which is very close to confirming, it will confirm as long as you're closing over $64,000, and also you close over the 100, that'll take you into that $68,000 to $69,000 region. Start to deviate this 100 EMA, these moving averages diverge. Basically, with closures below about $64,000, then you're likely going to mark this off as your next lower high at 65.5, and probably going to dump ski from there into that 61-ish zone for a little bounce, and then into the 50s. But as of right now, I'm watching to see this next 4 hour, 8 hour, and daily close. And if daily does flip back up, then that is going to trigger that move, especially with the close back over the 21 into somewhere around 69-ish, 69, possibly 70,000, and then from there you'll have your ideal short into that $58,000 region. But if you do get a move back up into this 21, that still would be another opportunity for a short with this high as your stop at around 67 to 60. Even at that point, though, I do think that probably going to go higher. It's still a logical area to take that short because your stop is going to be so close. And then if this does get taken out, then you just flip long for 69 to 70,000. And currently on this daily close, if this does remain to the downside, this is going to be a rejection of the bullish control zone, rejection of the 21, and then that'll confirm this short as your next lower high for somewhere into $60,000 for your first TP, and then eventually somewhere around in the 50s. I would front run that 52 area a little bit and put it at like 54,000, because even that's a pretty significant, massive move. You don't need to get too greedy there.
So really, daily above 65,300, that's what makes us like bullish in the short term to go to that 69, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So for Alex, it's basically almost the same. It's $200, 65,500. Same shit.
Yeah, roughly the same.
Yeah.
Not really any difference.
Yeah. Now, real quick, Dixie, inverse head and shoulders.
My Dixie enormous.
This one, exactly. This is a big one. It's a weekly.
It's not actually, though. It's rather tiny.
Let's see. That takes you to 105. Nice. This area right here. Not bad. All righty. Thank you, sir. Les voy a decir rápido lo que Alex y Farhan dicen y ahorita les voy a dar todo mi spiel a ver cómo vamos, ¿ok? Porque acuérdense que para mí 24 de junio es donde deberíamos encontrar el bajón local porque ha seguido el patrón del 2018 bastante de cerca y es lo que seguiría, ¿no? Ese 24 de junio, que es el miércoles, poder encontrar ese siguiente movimiento para abajo. Para ese entonces, antes de ese entonces, un poco después de ese entonces. Si es que estamos siguiendo el mismo ciclo. Ahora hay cosas que han cambiado y ahorita vamos a hablar de ello, pero puesto bastante sencillo. Estás viendo Bitcoin acá. La manera más fácil de analizarla es esto.
By the
Uno,
way, sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt you, but by the way, on Dixie, this is the first time momentum is flipping up from the critical zone since December of 2020.
oof, that's crazy.
That was before a massive run to the upside from around 89
Yeah.
to 113.
Yeah.
113, 114. Pretty big, like 50% up.
Yeah. I mean, it's happening. No matter, it's law. Like we can guess as much as we want, but it's law. It's already law with the Genius Act. So we'll see how that develops. But yeah. And also to me, this could be, and this is what I've been saying myself, and I know this doesn't fit with anyone's narrative and it doesn't fit into anything, but if you're looking at these numbers right here, one second, at these numbers right here, SpaceX down 10%, Oculus down 5%, Rivian's down 5%, Lucid's down 4%, but who gives a shit? Jack in the Box is down 9%, Roblox down 9%, Palantir down 4%, Nike, well, who gives a shit? And then you go into the big guys, right? Meta down 2%, NVIDIA is it's pretty much neutral along with Apple, but Amazon's down almost 4%, Microsoft's down 2%, Google's playing between 5 and 6% down. There's something here that's not right. Like, to me, and by the way, what I said in my crazy theory is at some point Bitcoin, crypto, and the dollar are going to go up in parallel because crypto will care, like crypto is carrying the dollar. Does that make sense? So at some point that'll be the case. I'm not saying it has to be now, but what I was thinking and what I was basing my theory is maybe what we're going to see now to the end of the year is going to be regular markets adjust while crypto goes sideways to a little down. And everyone's going to be like, well, if the traditional markets are coming down, crypto should be coming down. And eventually dollar goes up. And this time the dollar going up at some point should carry everything else with it to the upside. And again, because this time is different, this time the dollar is actually being backed up and purchased by all the major United States companies and exported through rewards in stable coins. So if you're going to buy some NVIDIA chips, you're going to have to buy it through NVIDIA USD. And then that's going to give you like a discount. So if you're China and you're ordering 1 million of those chips, you're going to have to pay for it like that. And that makes China buy officially, indirectly, U.S. treasuries, which is American dollars, etc. So it's a new paradigm on it. But that's a whole fucking different thing. Right now, the fact that why is crypto up? And it seems like it wants to go higher to me. And I'll tell you why in a second. Why is crypto up? Well, this Mag 7 is going to shit. And then oil is coming down. But the dollar's going up. Like, something here is about to happen. Something. That's what it feels like to me. And also, by the way, I'm expecting that June 24th to be the next leg down, right? If we're mimicking the cycle of 2018, which seems identical so far. So I would expect the same move. But right now, just looking at crypto doing this bullshit, which is, and then it came down here and now it's retesting. You already retested the 21 on the daily before. And now either you reject it straight up right now and go to fucking shit, or chances are you're probably at least going to go to the 34, and the 34 is a 67. And then that puts you in like territory to go to that $69,000 once you're there. So it's kind of like a...
And Capo said we were going to go straight down from here.
And that's a problem, right? Because if we're going like... that's a free indicator that goes really the opposite every single time. So if the indicator, the capo indicator is marking this, then most likely you're doing that before. And also, this hasn't changed anything. The only weird thing is how close this move was to this one, like the price. But again, you're consolidating up. And when you consolidate up, you do a next leg down. So I would give it that we still see a little bit more down before we go up. It's just something's weird. Something's very weird. And also, every idiot, like I said, has been told that the markets are now good to go to the upside. But if Capo's saying we're going down, I don't know. I'm confused now. Maybe not confused, because it's just if you blast through this, the 65,500, like Alex is saying, or like you're saying, then we go higher. And if we don't, we need to reject this now, because this is the bearish retest of the breakdown. It's that simple, right? So we'll see. We'll motherfucking see. Ok. Rápidamente, les voy a decir lo que están viendo Alex y Farhan para que no se nos vaya, ¿no? Ven esta tabla, estoy en la diaria. Voy a poner en la de 4 horas para que sea un poco más evidente. Tuviste a Bitcoin rebotando en esta línea perfectamente 2 veces, luego lo usaste como soporte, lo rompiste y ahora estás retesteando bajistamente la parte de abajo de esto. Es muy fácil, y sobre todo en la diaria, porque la diaria te quita ruido en vez de la de 4 horas. Puedes ver que aquí retesteaste el 21 cuando tuvimos ese movimiento a los 67, ¿no? Que dimos este corto de 67, 66, 65. Y acá te rechazó y te fuiste para abajo. Este movimiento y regresar aquí te pone ya en presión. ¿A qué me refiero? Si rompes esto a la alza, tienes que hacerlo rápido. Si rompes esto a la alza, el 21 que está en 65,500, hoy, y si cierras por encima de, vas a venir a la zona de los 69, mínimo, ¿ok? Pero si no, esto te debería ya de dar el putazo para abajo a la siguiente parte del ciclo, que es lo que habíamos nosotros estado poniendo aquí enfrente de ustedes, simplemente basado en ¿qué? Ciclo del 2018. El bajón local, el que sigue debería ser el 24 de junio o muy cerca de, alrededor de, y estamos a 22 de junio. No por pero en el 2018 es lo que fue. El siguiente bajón, el que te dio el ciclo del 2018, fue acá y fue justamente en esa fecha, el 24-25 de junio, aquí, que fue lo que te llevó, y ya de ahí diste un rally y ya de ahí te fuiste de lado y eventualmente caíste más. Pero ahí fue cuando caíste al SMA 200. Ahorita ya estás en el SMA 200. Entonces, para su trade diario en Bitcoin, bastante fácil. No tienes que complicarlo más. Simplemente destruye este promedio del 21 en la diaria. Llévatelo para arriba y vas a ir a 69 y ahí es donde va a ser el corto. Si no, esta zona fue la perfecta para hacer el corto y te vas a ir para abajo. Desde acá. Ahora, ya con eso entendido, Farhan y Alex lo ven idéntico. Les voy a decir yo un poco de mis locuras, ¿no? Que continúo un poco con lo del 24 de junio y es lo que deberíamos de ver. A mí algo todavía me sigue llamando la atención muchísimo. Y es, ¿cómo vergas venimos a llevarnos este mínimo por nada? Esto es lo más Bitcoin que existe antes de subir. Este tipo de gatadas. Porque hasta ahora se ha comportado perfectamente como lo imaginas. Y es por eso. Aquí, cuando hiciste este mínimo, güey, te lo llevaste pero de corbata, cabrón. Estás hablando de $80,000 y veniste a los $60,000. Y de ahí veniste a los 59,200, casi 58. Aquí abajo. Esta gatada es la que yo esperaría antes de algo inesperado. ¿Ok? Ahora, una vez más, ustedes saben cuál es mi plan para esto, lo han visto en acción y continúo con el mismo plan, nada me ha movido. Nada, Absolutamente nada me ha movido. Pero si me voy a echar un poco para atrás, ¿qué tanto me debería echar para atrás en este gráfico para poder verlo? Espérenme. Si me voy a echar un poco para atrás, pueden ver esta consolidación de acá, justamente abajo esta línea, ¿no? Que fue la que nos llevó con un mínimo a 49 y de ahí despegamos a la alza. Bolas y el pito. No sé por qué dibujé eso, sí. Yo sé que todo el mundo está esperando esto, ¿no? Alex tiene sus objetivos, 45 a 49 mil para empezar a comprar y todas estas cosas. No sé. Les voy a decir por qué algo no me huele bien, ¿ok? Tienes el dólar aquí. El dólar en la semanal, tío, está haciendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido. Está haciendo nuevos altos que no había tocado desde mayo del 2025. O sea, ya hace un año y cacho. Un año y cacho, el dólar empezó a romper para arriba. Una vez más, todo Paco que te ha dicho algo, te ha dicho que el dólar va en picada, ¿no? Pero el dólar a corto plazo es muy alcista. A corto plazo semanal. Diario también. ¿Ok? Es muy alcista. Y este movimiento te debería llevar a los 105. Ahora, me caga decir que algo es diferente esta vez. Pero esta vez, literalmente por ley, algo es diferente. Y eso es, el dólar va acompañado del riesgo por primera vez. Donde vas a ver al dólar subir y eventualmente las empresas y cripto también subir con el dólar. Porque es la base del dólar. Será cripto ahora. Y es por eso que estoy haciendo mi apuesta en cripto, ¿no? No nada más en el ciclo de 4 años. Estoy esperando que esta vez cripto tenga un super putazo a la alza. Por esto, porque creo que esta vez sí es diferente. En ese sentido. Una vez que el dólar reviente, y ahora una cosa súper importante que tienen que ver acá de este dólar, de lo que está haciendo rápido a este corto plazo, como les digo, este nivel de acá no lo habías visto desde mayo del 2025. ¿Ok? Entonces, esto ya un año vas más arriba. Y un poco más de evidencia en esto, y es lo que les digo de dejen de ver a gente que ve CNBC, ¿no? Y que lee sus tablas en Yahoo Finance o en la tele cuando se las ponen esas tablas básicas. El dólar, tío, si sabes análisis técnico básico, reventó el S&P 200 trimestral, vino para abajo a literalmente apoyarse en él. Si quito todo esto y solamente te dejo acá esto. No esto. El S&P 200 empezó a popular en el 2016. Rechazo. Lo trepaste. ¿Qué viene después de un súper retesteo alcista? Porque esto es un retesteo alcista. Y una vez más, esta es una tabla de 3 meses cada vela. Cada vela es 3 meses. Eso quiere decir que el dólar lleva subiendo un año en lo que Paco te ha dicho que el dólar se va a ir a cero, tío. Esto es lo más loco para mí, ¿no? ¿Cómo vergas pueden engañar a la gente cuando literalmente está ocurriendo lo contrario enfrente de los ojos de todos? No me cabe en la cabeza. Más allá de eso, una vez más, vengan conmigo acá, donde desde enero del 2008, esta chingadera ha estado subiendo. Y lo puedes poner así o así, como quieras. Esta mamada ha estado subiendo desde el 2008. Lleva 20 años subiendo. Poco a poco, no como loco. Sí, hizo altos más bajos que los del 2000, hizo altos más bajos que los del 85. Pero esto cuando el dólar subió acá, también todo Estados Unidos, su economía y todas sus empresas subieron como locas. Yo creo que esto es lo que vamos a ver, algo así. Y una vez más, ya retesteaste el S&P 200. Veniste acá, S&P. Veniste acá, lo perdiste. Y ahora tu S&P parece ser a la baja. Trepaste y este fue el 2022 cuando literalmente perseguiste. Este fue el mercado bajista del 2022, todo este movimiento. Y ahorita muy discretamente ha estado subiendo poco a poco. Y tu siguiente objetivo está aquí arriba. Justo aquí, que es el que te da el hombro, cabeza a hombro. Arriba de acá tienes como mínimo los 115. Segundo, mínima opción, 118. Y ya de ahí te puedes mamar y venir a los 164 de 1980. 85. Pongo el dólar. Está a punto de expandir su volatilidad en la trimestral de manera alcista. Todavía no lo hace. No puedo darle crédito todavía a esta mamada que todavía no lo hace. Pero está a nada de hacerlo. En la de 6 meses no está haciendo nada por acá, nada, nada. Y en la anual te está dando el setup de volatilidad más bajo que te ha dado en toda la puta historia. Sin divergencias. Mensual, volatilidad está a punto de expandir en el dólar. Una vez más, esto no tiene que reventar ya de una vez. Han visto que poco a poco lo está haciendo y es lo que les he estado diciendo. Lo está haciendo poco a poquito para cuando llegue el momento cargarse a todos y todo el mundo diga, no mames, ¿cuándo subió el dólar? Porque normalmente, y esto pasó en el 2022, cuando todo el mundo se dio cuenta que el dólar estaba subiendo fue cuando ya estaba arriba. Pero esta mamada no, no tiene ganas de detenerse acá. Una vez que te lleves esto, estás puesto para hacer nuevos altos o ir a pegarle a los 164. Y si eso pasa, es literalmente todo lo que te había dicho. Que el peso se va a la verga, el euro se va a la verga, el dólar absolutamente viola a todo el mundo en lo que están parados. Otra cosa, una vez más, cosa extraña, todas las acciones están en rojo, tío. Las buenas. ¿No? Google abajo 6%, Meta 2,5%, Disney, da igual, 1%, Nvidia está de ladito, Amazon casi 4,5% abajo. En lo que el petróleo también está bajando, el pinche peso está aguantando acá. Y en eso, Bitcoin, no, Bitcoin está cayendo. Esto es lo que yo esperaría. Ahorita lo que yo esperaría, a menos de que algo, cuando esto cambie, vas a ver al dólar subir y a cripto subir y después las acciones subir con el dólar. Cuando veas esa combinación, ya fue demasiado tarde para todos, obviamente, para entrar a lo que tenían que haber entrado. Pero ese va a ser el movimiento cuando todo cambie. Todo cambie. Aquí es lo que está, difícil de entender hoy. Porque a todo el mundo, una vez más, a Paco le dijeron hoy que todo es alcista, ¿no? Porque ya todo se tranquilizó en el Medio Oriente y la verga. No es cierto. Porque, y una vez más, si todo se tranquilizó, ¿por qué los bonos están, el rendimiento de los bonos está subiendo? No tiene sentido alguno lo que están viendo hoy. Nada. Nada. Y es aquí donde digo, ¿dónde nos están engañando? La más fácil de leer sería el dólar, el Bitcoin, simplemente aquí es un corto y a la verga va para abajo. Eso sería primer instinto, ¿no? Que te lo diga. Pero 4 horas tienes un setup alcista de volatilidad aquí abajo en lo que estás dando. Pero también tienes que ver esto. Es más, esto te lo pone bastante sencillo. Si en 4 horas cierras por debajo de 64,500, para abajo. Si en 4 horas, también te puedo hacer la gatada, ¿no? de no cerrar por encima de $65,000, justamente aquí de lado, pero arriba de $65,000 vas a continuar para arriba y una vez que te lleves este máximo acá en 65,500 para arriba, básicamente te deja en lo mismo. 65,500 es la zona y para abajo 64,500. Cárgate los 64, vámonos para abajo. Así de fácil. Al mismo tiempo así de difícil. esta puta mamada. Yo estoy esperando que ojalá y nos dé esta zona para muchos, muchos. Entiendo perfecto por qué ven 49 cuando pongo mi tabla así, ¿no? Pueden ver que es la zona que tocamos en el 2024, en agosto, cuando Trump dijo que les encantó, que cómo te gustaba jugar con tu Bitcoin, que si te estabas divirtiendo, fue la zona que tocó. Técnicamente hablando, deberías de venir aquí. Lo entiendo perfecto. Y obviamente está todos los demás que dicen 31, 35, etcétera, ¿no? Pero una vez más, mínimo hasta ahorita, la bolsa no ha tenido esto. La bolsa ha hecho más o menos esto, lo que hizo en el 2024. Está loquísimo este pedo. Loquísimo. Pero pues ahí lo tienen. Básicamente Bitcoin abajo de 64 es donde empiezas a caer rápido, pero arriba de 65,500 vas a 69 para el corto. Y simplemente, si te quieres meter en corto como gorda en tobogán, tío, obviamente hubiera sido acá y con una invalidación aquí arriba. O tu invalidación simplemente viendo la tabla de 4 horas, viendo si cierras arriba de esto, de 65,500. Arriba de 65,500, vámonos para arriba. 2 horas te dio este setup de volatilidad a la alza en lo que se está volteando, pero estás poniendo un patrón alcista. Estás por encima del SMA 200 que no habías estado desde el 15 de mayo. Todo está aquí. 65,500 va para arriba, abajo de 64 vas para abajo, tío. A esos 62. Punto. Así de fácil. All right. Next, KWEB, K-Web for investment.
All right. Oh, I do have a chart on this.
Yes.
That's always nice. Okay. Let's see if we should be investors of K-Web or not. Let's see here. Sweet. Nice. Okay, cool. Let's go to the monthly and let's check it out. Off first glance, we are in bi-weekly breakdown, so that's not good. We talked about a rally up to 28.40. It seems like that happened to a dump. Our target is 17, so let's see why we're talking about that. Let's throw rainbow chart off, but we do see bi-weeklies in breakdown, medians at 28, so bearish. Let's go to the monthly here. All right. So actually, we were gauging price action from 2022. We're really looking at essentially $28.58 being flipped into resistance. And then in doing so, that's going to cause a move back down to 26 bucks. Closures back under $26 have mentally been noted as a chop zone the last few times. You see here, lose it, reclaim up, lose it, reclaim up, lose it, reclaim. But here's a little different. Back in 2020, you actually lost it, aggressively rejected $26 and came all the way down to $17.50, where that was basically a nice bottoming. Exactly, it was $17.22. So a little lower than $17.50. Where are you an investor here? Well, logically, you're investing at the all-time low or near it. You've already broken the IPO, or right, the beginning, the genesis of this chart, I guess the IPO low, it's a mouthful, here at $25.85. As long as you're under that, this puts this in a danger zone. This is like a dead chart, but you want an investment spot, and at ETA we provide value. So I would say your best bet is to invest the closest to this October low as you can. Ideally, $17 becomes a big spot of interest. You're not investing here because as you've seen it before, once you lose $26 on a monthly, this really can aggressively dump. We're talking about a 33 to 34% move down, meaning you throw $1,000 in this now, you could lose $330 before the actual investment zone, which is why we want to be careful. That's a big drop, even for investing. 33% is more than a quarter, so it's not good. Only way to divert that is if to this week you actually see $26 get reclaimed. And then in that case, where are you investing in this chart? Well, you're actually going to let price action come to you. You are an investor at $36. $36 has been the spot where once you hold that after being under it, this is a spot where really business likes to be done for bulls, and we like to get expansion phases. Even look at the last reclaim of $36, and this holding is going to be the key factor. But this was a failure, and this still went up 16%. This is where I would say if we end up not losing $26, I'm not looking to invest this chop. I want a clear straight shot up, where that's going to be brought to you by at $36. Until then, $26 looks like it's becoming lost. 17.20 is the next investment zone. And really with the weekly and bi-weekly and fresh breakdown, you're looking for a rally back maybe to $26 before you get the big leg down. That'll be looked at as a lower high and bearish retest. This isn't a very simple weekly downtrend. Look at the reaction on the weekly SMA 200 becoming lost. Very weak. You also have a weekly volatility setup supporting the idea that this chart could absolutely come lower. Weekly silver cross to the downside is what rejected us last week. I mean, every point is saying this is not a good chart. Fresh bi-weekly silver cross, HBDR breakdown, confluence of weekly bearish retest at $26 via bi-weekly HBDR bottom 38.2% sitting right there. So no matter how you look at it, $26 is a big area of interest for bulls and bears. And as long as you stay under it in the coming weeks, K-Web can easily come back down to the all-time lows, where that has to just be the spot that holds. If not, where would be some area of interest I would look for? Well, let's see. Well, here's the 100% at 1940, so not good. 100% at this near the low, so confluence of my investment strategy, just bidding near the low seems kind of wise. Because here, weekly, monthly at the 100% at like 19, bi-weekly at the 97.5 at 18, basically 19. 100% is at 1680 for a new all-time low. 1680 could just be where the new macro low sits. Now, you did get a pretty impressive bounce off 1720 before. So, I mean, that was a 2x gain from the lows in, about 112 days. 8 bars on the 2 week. So 2 months. Or no, 3 months almost. A little over 3 months. And that's really it. It just seems like once you test that low, it's like pretty much in the extreme zone, no matter how you look at it, monthly, bi-weekly, weekly, 5-day. So I stand on that. Investment, watch 1760 to 1680. It's a big spot. As long as you're closing under $26, that is the likely spot to be going to. Even on this failure, this still went down to $20. That's still about a 20% dump from current market price. So really just be aware of what you're dealing with on K-Web. Absolutely looks corrective. And with, what was it, that weekly volatility setup firing off, there really is nothing but air. If you get $26, that's a gift. If you want to trade this, stop loss at the last week high, entries at 26, and you're just simply looking for that to break you down towards 17. That's all I have on K-Web. Bid near the lows. Only way to avoid bidding near the lows is if 26 holds. And then for that, you're just going to be really buying $36. But until then, patience honestly will pay. And that's kind of, not investing here has honestly saved you some money, because this has just been going down only.
Yeah. Thank you. Well said, Dan. Mi Elías. Acabamos de ver esta tabla, güey. ¿Quién no va a cambiar la forma de verla? Tienes un setup de volatilidad que está dando a la baja, tío. Tienes cruce plateada a la baja. Rompiste en la semanal. Vamos a ponerla de 2 semanas para que se vea más limpio. Te rechazó el S&P 200 acá. Rompiste la línea de tendencia alcista que llevaba para arriba. Vas para abajo. ¿Dónde inviertes en esto? Ahora, para la gente que está aprendiendo, cuando ves una tabla así, esta madre probablemente esté muerta. Salió en el 2013, hizo tope en el 2021 y desde el 2021, en enero, ni siquiera, olvídate del diciembre como todas las criptos, en enero del 2021 hiciste tope, llevas 5 años y medio en bajada para hacer un alto más bajo y ahora muy probablemente un bajo más bajo. ¿No? Ya rompiste esto. Es fácil de medir esto. Tendencia alcista con altos, bajos más altos, altos. Tendencia bajista, bajos más bajos, altos más bajos. ¿Qué sigue después de un alto más bajo? Un bajo más bajo. Es lo que tienes que suponer mínimo, ¿no? Y estás viendo volatilidad expandir en la trimestral a la baja. Aquí tienes de varias sopas, ¿no? Una vez más, nunca estamos aquí de, si no quieres, no te estoy diciendo que no inviertas en esto, si quieres hacerlo perfecto, pero la idea aquí tienes dos. Una, recupera el nivel de los 26, que está aquí arribita, y no te lleves este mínimo, que estás a nada de. ¿Dónde es este mínimo? 24.68. 24.82. Estás a centavos de. ¿Ok? Puedes usar eso como tu invalidación. Puedes meterle lana aquí, va, y usa eso como tu invalidación. Lo más probable es que esto continúe y venga a retestear estos mínimos. Fue mínimo lo que hizo en el IPO, ¿no? Del mínimo al mínimo y de ahí se fue para arriba. Y acá, ¿por qué viene a testear esto? Porque después de un bajo más bajo, un alto más bajo, deberías de hacer un bajo más bajo. Y ahora, ¿quieres otra entrada posible con un buen, ¿cómo se dice? Con una buena zona de eliminación, de invalidación, aquí abajo. Lo más cerca posible a este mínimo. Este mínimo está en 17.22. Compren 17.30, 18. Y una vez que llegue a 17.22 y se lo lleve, tienes que entender que esto va a ir más para abajo. Y si continúa yendo más para abajo, no sé dónde vaya a detenerse. Y ahora una vez más, si alguien está jugando con mamadas, soy yo, ¿no? Cuando lo hago con Rivian, cuando lo hago con Lucid, etcétera. Entendido, estoy jugando con fuego y me puedo quemar. Solamente tienes que saber tú también que estás jugando con fuego y te puedes quemar. Pero básicamente tienes 3 sopas. Una, ¿dónde estás? Usar este mínimo de invalidación. 2, lo más cerca posible a este mínimo y usar este mínimo de invalidación. O 3, una vez que recuperes la zona de los $37, aquí puedes ver que por encima de esta línea meme es cuando vas a altos históricos. Podrías esperarte, ver cuánto tiempo tarda y una vez que estés por encima ahí es donde te trepas, en 37. Esas son las ideas que tengo, o bueno, que tiene Alex para ti y también yo, viendo esta tabla así de fácil. Y esto es jugar con fuego una vez más. Tenemos que entender cuando lo estamos haciendo. Vale. Mr. Farhano, the next one would be S&P 500 for a trade, and a daily trade.
All right. I'll start with the 2 then. Get a little bit of a bigger picture. All right, so you got your bearish retest of the 38.2% on the 2-day, and momentum is now starting to freshly flip back down. Let's see what else there is. This is higher low momentum, higher low on price, so there's no divergence yet. And you're assuming you get a close below this 38.2%, which probably very, very likely will, which is at 75.35. Your target from there would be coming down to the 78.6, which is currently at around 72.86, 72.90. So there would be a short-term trade to take here, but I'm going to go down to the lower time frame to see if you can get a better entry. But your stop would be currently at 75.77, 75.78, and from there you'd be going towards the 78.6. From here, let's see how much of a loss that would be, although I'm pretty sure we can find a better entry. This is 1.37% versus about 2.5%. All right, let's go down now. Let's find a better entry. Let's look at the jewel. You are getting a bearish cross here with the pink crossing below the yellow. The dark blue is losing the bullish control zone. Let's mark this off and see what the average move is. Here we have it here. And we got it here. Got it there. And we got it there, and we'll call it here with that. This took us down 2%, 3.8%, about 8.72%. This one, about 1.3%, 1.36, closer to that 2% number. This one, 2.17. This one, 2.96, so about 3%. And this one, make sure this is correct. Do it from there. Yeah, from the same place. And currently this is kind of failure. It is up about 4%. If we were to take it 2% down, this would take us to about 71s. All right, let's close this. The daily. Daily is currently still flipped up. Daily is putting in some hidden bearish divergence possible because you did take out this previous high of momentum, or price is still making a lower high. This is going to require a close below 74.68 to confirm. That's also going to make a bearish engulfing dildo, and then this is going to give you a target down to minimum 73, 73.80, and then from there you're likely going to be going towards somewhere around 72. All right, let's go a bit lower. 12 hour. 12 hours also currently flipped up, putting in possibility of hidden bearish divergence. Also putting in a bearish engulfing dildo, and you're about to lose 78.6, which is going to bring you down towards SM73s. Let's go a little lower. Find a better entry on this short. 4 hours also putting in bearish engulfing dildo, also getting a retest of the 38.2%, and from there you're likely going to come down to 73.90s. And 2 hours a little green here, 2 hours flipped up, about to test the edge of the bearish control zone. You are getting a test of the 38.2% here. Seems like somewhere around here would be the zone for the short, right around that 38.2%, because if you do close off the 38.2%, then you're likely going to sweep this current high and go towards somewhere around 75.50. Go hourly. Hourly is also getting a retest of the bottom 38.2% with a retest of the 21, the 9, getting a rejection, kind of seeming like this is a spot for the 15-minute also. Yeah, this kind of seems like this is going to be the spot. You're getting a rejection of the median, and from there, if you close below that median in 6 minutes, you are likely going to sweep this previous low and come to this 38.2%. And at that point, you're going to break down. So I don't think I'm going to be able to find a better entry on this. Your target, your stop is going to be at this previous high here. Let's go to the daily. At this current daily high, because the idea is this shouldn't be taken out at this point, and this is going to be a loss of around 0.74%, and you are going to be targeting 7,300, which is going to be a move of around 2%, 2.3%. So not bad, pretty good. So that basically that's the idea. You can't find a better entry because it seems like this is going to go down from here, somewhere from here, and then your daily stop is going to be the current daily candle high, because this did take out the previous high, giving you your bearish engulfing dildo, and you're targeting somewhere around 7,300 from there, which is going to be your TP1, and then your TP2 is going to be closer to 71, so around 71.50, front running this daily 100 EMA a little bit, and that one would be how much of a win? That's like 4.5% in your favor. Not bad.
So where it's at?
Yeah, I'm not thinking better entry than that.
Yeah, seems kind of hard. Exactly. Thank you, señor. Básicamente donde estás, mi David, lo que estás viendo. Y acá lo que puedes hacer es tal vez toda la posición que quieres entrar, con la que quieres usar. Lo que deberías de hacer es simplemente, tu invalidación está en la parte alta de esta vela. Entonces, primero entra donde estás y tu segunda parte en los 7,574, si es que te los da, y lo invalidas aquí arriba. Y esto te debería dar un TP entre los 7,400, los 7,379 y los 7,317. Porque vienes alto, bajo, alto, bajo, un alto más bajo debería darte un movimiento más a la baja. Y si estás volteando a ver 4 horas, por ejemplo, te está dando ya una vela envolvente bajista acá, y esto va a cerrar en una hora 33 minutos. Tienes el alto, alto más bajo, bajo, alto más bajo. Tienes este alto que es más alto, pero no que este. Y estás perdiendo la parte media de la media de la zona azul. Y eso está en 7,500. Entonces, de vuelta a la diaria, básicamente donde estás, con otra entrada en 7,576, si es que se da. Y de ahí para abajo, el promedio del 21 en 7,482, el promedio del 34 en 7,420, o la parte alta de la zona azul en 7,384. Es donde te lo llevarías. Ese pinche dólar sigue subiendo. Un segundo. Esto es todo lo que tienen que hacer para scalping. Alguien aquí me había preguntado. Sale una disculpa, perdona mi ignorancia, pero quería saber una cosa. Si las velas de un día representan hasta 6 días de mercado, ¿por qué el lunes pueden estar bajistas y después el miércoles alcistas si solo pasaron 2 días? Porque también tienes velas de en medio, ¿no? Tengo una diaria acá y de ahí tengo una de 12 horas. La de 12 horas es bajista. La de 8 horas es bajista. La de 4 horas es bajista. O puedes también argumentar que es alcista, aquí ya en la de 8 horas. Entonces, el movimiento entero te lo puede dar, si te lo va a dar 6 días después que se ve bajista, puede tomar 6 días en bajar, pero antes de bajar puede subir para después bajar y hacer un alto más bajo. Y recuerda que cualquier cosa puede cambiar, simplemente estás viendo un patrón para que el patrón siga tal cual. Si algo cambia o mueven el mercado, porque recuerda, el mercado es pura pinche payasada de que es libre y se mueve en un solo patrón y la verga. Si algo te llegan a cambiar, pues, ¿qué le vas a hacer, no? Que es lo que siempre decimos acá. Está rechazando acá, pum, 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 para abajo. Es la de 4 horas. La de 2 horas es bajo, un alto más alto, entonces puedes argumentar que esto es alcista. Por eso, entre cualquiera de esas temporalidades, si estás diciendo, güey, la de 12 horas, la diaria es bajista y eso puede tomar hasta una semana, pero también puede tomar 2 días, puede tomar 3 días, no tiene que tomar totalmente 6 días. No hay como una regla específica. Lo que estás viendo cuando estás tradeando y estás buscando hacer scalping, que son trades a más corto plazo, te estás apoyando en la diaria. ¿Qué hiciste? Alto, un bajo más bajo que esto, un alto más alto, bajo, que es más alto que este, pero un alto más bajo. Entonces, aquí, si este es el alto más bajo, ¿qué te lo va a confirmar en la diaria? Fácil. Que te lleves esta vela. Si vas para abajo, eso quiere decir que este fue tu alto y ahora vas a hacer un bajo más bajo si te llevas los 7500 en esta vela. Simplemente tienes que ver en dónde está tu tendencia y a dónde vas. En la de 12 horas, es un poco de lo mismo, ¿no? Bajo, alto, bajo, un alto más bajo, si es que te llevas los 7514. Una vez que te los lleves, sí, cerrando esta vela como está y que te lleves los 7514 o con esta vela bajando y llevándose los 7514, ya estás bajando. Entonces hiciste un alto más bajo y continúas la tendencia bajista. En la de 8 horas, ¿qué es lo que tienes que hacer? Tienes normalmente estas velas de reversión te están diciendo que va a cambiar la tendencia. Entonces tienes el alto, el bajo, un alto más bajo, un bajo más, tienes este bajo que es más alto, un alto más bajo, un bajo más bajo que este, y ahora tienes este alto, pero tienes una vela de reversión. ¿Qué te diría? ¿A qué le darías más favor si esto va a ser alcista o bajista? Llevarte este bajo de los 7512. Te lo llevas y vas para abajo. 4 horas, lo mismo, alto, ¿no? Alto, bajo, más bajo, alto, más bajo. Básicamente puedes decir, este es el bajo y el alto, bajo más bajo, alto más bajo, aquí, bajo más bajo que estos, pero no que este, alto más bajo que este, bajo más bajo que este, tienes un alto más alto que todos estos, pero no que este. Es ahí donde se pone confusa la cosa, tienes que seguir tus patrones. Para que lo veas más sencillo, tengo esta chingadera, el Trend Wave, que te enseña alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto, bajo, alto. Sigues diciendo bajos más bajos. Hiciste este alto más alto, pero una vez que te lleves acá a los 7514, como te he dicho 1000 veces, te vas a ir al pito, porque vas a continuar yendo más para abajo. Y es normalmente lo que vas haciendo hasta que llegues a la temporalidad más corta. Y acá entonces, ¿qué te dice? Acá está aguantando este mínimo, pero en la de 1 hora en 28 minutos, si te llevas los 7559 a la alza, pues puedes venir a retestar estos máximos, pero si no, y te llevas los 7530 o los 7527, tienes más probabilidades de venir para abajo. Es cosa de darte cuenta acá a dónde vas. Ok, Alex, we got 1 second. Rivian for a trade.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, there's actually a nice trade brewing there. Let me show it. Nice. Yeah, so Rivian's in the spot. Like, we should see a move here this week, next week, by latest, in my opinion. And that's just directly how the posturing is here. If you do see, I mean, however much weight you want to put on this channel, which more visual representation, had a false breakout, possible trend shift. This goes back into lower highs, lower low break. And now you're just towards the end of it. This looks to me ready to make a move down to $11. This is exactly why, if you're on ETA, we actually have a short on Rivian. And all I can say is it's not stopped and it's in the entry zone. If you're not an ETA, I'll give a quickie here. For you, it's a very simple short daily SMA 200 confluence. You're not going to short into this breakdown whatsoever. You're actually going to be waiting, most likely. Let me fix that here. most likely you are going to, actually get a bounce onto today's close. That bounce retest SMA 200, or if not near it. And then, depending on if you actually close above that or not, will result either into the next leg down if you stay under it, or if you get back above $16, call it, this is now in a breakout, and we will target around $19. For me, though, now with this move down, the way markets as a whole are looking, Dixie, to me, this seems very primed to break down, and that we could actually be seeing this start today. I mean, it's down 7% today. For me, we want to be watching daily SMA 200. All shorts are valid into that zone at 1569 for the culture, all the way up to maybe $16 daily EMA9. Your stop loss will simply be $17. So if you're on the academy and shorting that, you can even tighten your stop loss because ours is a little more wider, but it is based on a swing, and our really big TP is $11. Current market price, you're talking about a 29% move from here. So, makes sense to have kind of a wide stop loss. The trade I gave just plays daily trend down, and you at least have daily SMA 200 as an indication. Two things will either occur. You'll either actually get the rejection and full on reject, or into tomorrow, you'll get a nice green market. You'll actually get a reclaim and maybe move up. I don't see this just chopping for weeks and weeks anymore. This looks pretty good to actually start busting up or down. And for now, pointed down. Let's see here. Does HBR give us confluence of that? No, actually, in a breakout, falling back within the blue zone, though, next stop would be the median at 1460. And then if we lose that, right at 1383. So from the loss of the blue zone to the median would be almost 5%, though. And it's okay to be in breakout on HBDR. This takes a minute to update, like if you see weekly and daily. If this was like a false breakout, it could just be a false breakout back within the range. Once you fall back under specifically $15, when you really start falling on Rivian. So I stand on the daily trade. SMA 200 is the easy spot. Use the stop loss at $17. As long as you are under SMA 200, this is more likely to break down. And you can really start scaling shorts all the way up to 16. For visual representation, can be like this. So even a scale in from the 9. And then you could even go all the way here. And so you still see risk to reward is a 5. So very valid.
Thank you, senor. Then for Mr. Farjano, DVLT. I already looked that up. It looks like garbage, but apparently it's the... I know this dude wrote it wrong, but he's saying it's monetizing the money.
What does that mean?
God knows money needs to be monetized. All right.
Like levered up money or something, monetizing money.
I'm pretty sure it's one of those lies that they're tokenizing money. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's
Is this
what I
for a
would
trade?
say. For investing.
Alrighty.
Thank you. Ok, Rivian. Ahí les va. Porque ahorita justo acabamos de ver esto con la tabla de Rivian. ¿Qué pasa cuando tienes este tipo de chop? Donde subes, bajas, subes, bajas, subes, bajas, bajas, subes, bajas, subes, bajas, subes, bajas. Esto es chop. ¿Ok? ¿Puedo hacer un trade? Sí. Llegaste tarde completamente. Ya tuviste hoy un movimiento de 7.8%. ¿Ok? Eso es lo primero. Pero ¿qué haces normalmente cuando haces esto? Puedes usar tus líneas memes como niveles y como podrías ver, tu invalidación o tu entrada debería estar aquí arriba. Entonces no lo vas a tomar. Puedes tomar un long aquí, rifado, pero estás cayendo. Te acabas de hacer este bajo, un alto más bajo, bajo más alto, un alto más bajo y ahora vas para abajo. ¿Ok? Entonces, ¿a qué le voy a dar preferencia? Tienes un setup de volatilidad que está empujando, no es uno ideal de 15%, pero aquí arriba a la baja. ¿Qué es lo que deberías de hacer? Esperar a mañana, a ver, ves el S&P 200. Siempre busca tu promedio más importante, ¿no? Los grandes, el 100, el 200, dependiendo de qué temporalidad. Y aquí yo usaría el S&P 200, también el 100. Puedes ver que el 100 y el 200 en realidad están en el mismo lugar, aquí en los 15.70. ¿Y qué es lo que vas a hacer? Un retesteo de vuelta aquí, corto. El pedo es que tu invalidación está aquí arriba. Es una invalidación gigantesca. Gigantesca. Güey, pero ¿por qué no le hago un long? Porque tu invalidación de long es igual de enorme aquí abajo. Es por eso cuando piden algún trade, es importante. Siempre piensa en esto. Antes de pedir un trade, ¿dónde lo puedo invalidar? ¿Para arriba o para abajo? Si la respuesta es 10% arriba y 10% abajo, no vas a poder hacer un trade, ve. O sea, literalmente es 9% para arriba y 5% para abajo. En un long, si fueras a entrar en eso. Entonces, ¿qué es lo que vas a tomar en cuenta aquí? Tu promedio del 200 y el 100, que están aquí arriba. Mañana o hoy, si vas a retestearlo, y acá es donde vas a tener que saber, más allá de solamente automatizar tu trade y decir, mi stop loss está aquí arriba, vas a tener que rifártela más cabrón, porque aquí lo que vas a hacer es, voy a buscar dónde hay más. 15.70, 15.70, acuérdate. Ok, el promedio del 100 en la de 4 horas está justamente con el diario y el S&P 200 aquí. Si en la de 4 horas cierras por encima del promedio del 100, te sales. Es como deberías en realidad de utilizar esta invalidación. Pero güey, aquí está el S&P 200 de la de 4 horas. Debería de usarlo también en él. Usa el más alto, el extremo más alto. Entonces, literalmente ahí lo tienes cuando regreses acá. Y Alex había mandado exactamente este trade para los que tienen alertas. No este, tal cual como les estamos contando, mejor posicionado. Para que lo tengan en mente. Vale, vamos con la que sigue. Me imagino, mi Edgar, que estás diciendo que esto de DBLT como inversión, porque se relaciona con la monetización del dinero, el dinero está monetizado porque es dinero, ¿no? Me imagino que estás diciendo tokenización del dinero. Vamos a ver qué hace. Electronic Production Equipment. No dice que están monetizando el dinero, pero vamos con ello. Acá. Estos gráficos, tío, van a cero. Cero. ¿Ok? Pero vamos a analizarlo para que puedas invertir en él. All right, sir. We're ready.
All right. Let's get started on this. Looks like complete dog shit. That would be the technical term for it. Dog shit. It's putting in the devil's dick pattern. The one that goes straight down.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the top is $1,700 or
Okay,
$1
so I might
million.
as well not even bother. Because I would have been doing that for 10 minutes.
No. You won't get there. It actually says 1 million, by the way. The top is at 1
Wow.
million, 1.7 million.
So it's already down 99.9999999%. How much
Yeah.
more down can it go, right?
Exactly. So should we all buy it right now?
Yeah, this is clearly going to go back to $1 million, and that you could just buy one share of this and you'd be a millionaire. That's incredible. It's phenomenal. So on the monthly, you are currently losing 38.2% by a lot. It's sitting at 52 cents. You're at 38 cents currently. And you're brushing up against your current all-time low, somewhere around 25 cents. Your current wick low is at 35 cents. Momentum on the monthly is currently flipped down, very close to entering into the bearish control zone, with volatility still contracting. Monthly is putting in some possibility for hidden bullish divergence because you have taken out the previous low, while price hasn't taken that out yet on a closing basis. And to confirm it, though, you will have to close back over 86 cents. Unlikely. You could double price action right now and still not going to be enough to confirm this divergence. But if by some miracle you manage to go back over 86 cents and get a close over 86 cents, then it would give you a target towards the 9 EMA, which is around $1.60. Go a little higher, actually, see what we could get. Quarterly is getting a rejection from the 100% range. Likely going to make your way towards at least a 38.2% on the quarterly, filling in this wick, bringing you towards around 28 cents. And at that point, I don't see anything stopping you from just going to zero. 2 week is currently now flipping back up. It likely is going to test at least the median, though, which is currently sitting at 35 cents. Probably will get a bounce from that 35-cent level, though, especially with momentum flipped up now. Weekly is also currently flipped up. Weekly is putting in some bullish divergence between these 2 points that will require a close over 42.4, 0.424 to confirm, and then that gives you a move back to 50 cents. But right now, you likely will get a test of somewhere around like 37 to 35 cents. 5 days also currently flipping back up on momentum, putting in some bullish divergence, but this is going to require a close over 0.424 to confirm the bullish divergence, and that takes you back to 50 cents. I don't really think I can, in good confidence, give a long-term buy position on this without saying. You got a rejection of the bottom 38.2%. Likely is going to test the 78.6 around 35 to 33 cents. Maybe you'll see a bounce from there. Like, best case scenario, that bounce is just going to take you to 50 cents. And that's like the best case scenario. Daily also targeting the bottom 38.2% around 35 cents. Let's go back up. Yeah, best case scenario is like a buy at 35 cents for a move back to 50 cents. But how much is that really? It's like a 50% move, I guess. 40-ish to 50% move, but that's still not a long-term investment. That's just much more of a swing trade. I don't really see anything in terms of a long-term investment, because long-term, I think this is going to go to zero. Go into RSI. Monthly has got a massive hidden bearish divergence. Oh yeah, you weren't kidding. This thing went over $1 million. Wow. At this point here in 2018, $1.6 million. This was one share of DVLT equals one Porsche 918, and now it doesn't even equal a Coca-Cola, 39 cents.
No, you can't buy anything with cents these days. The 99-cent store doesn't even exist anymore.
My favorite store back in the day was 99-cent only store. You could walk in with $2 and walk out with a feast.
Not anymore.
Now the name is still the same, but shit is like $5.99. But they still call themselves 99.
They need to update their branding.
We've hit the easy target of the hidden bearish divergence, which is the simple moving average. I'm just curious, what was the price back here? This was $72,000 per share. From the previous point on the divergence to the current one, where the price was at $4.10 per share. From 72,000 to 410, not bad. Your next target on that bearish divergence is going to be the bearish control zone, which currently says it's impossible. Well, I'm guessing its target is 0. 2 week. Weekly's got hidden bearish divergence. Target would be impossible. 5-day would have a target of 8 cents. Critical zones at 8 cents. 12 cents on this one. Daily's about to put in a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence. this will confirm with any close below 0.3981, and that will give you a target towards on this one 38 cents, but likely eventually towards that 12-cent number that we previously saw, and then 8 cents. And 4 hours got a local top. This is going to target somewhere around 33 to 35 cents. And 2 hour target 36 cents. Alrighty, let's look at momentum. And DVRT. Monthly is flipped down as long as you're closing below 66 cents. That's almost double price with the rejection of the bearish control zone, rejection of the critical zone, actually. 2 week is also flipped down as long as you're closing below 41 cents. Also putting in hidden bearish divergence here with volatility now contracting. Weekly is currently flipped down as long as you're closing below 40 cents with volatility expanding from extreme lows. And you're only really at 59% on this move. This can continue. 5 days currently flipped down as well as long as you're closing below 38 cents. This is close to flipping up. Go back for a second. Last time the 5-day did flip up, it went up by about how much percent here? Wow, 55% up. This thing likes to swing wildly. What was this one? 1,267%. Wow. I can see why they're interested in investing in this. Although the better word I would use is gambling in this. Because maybe it goes to zero, maybe it bounces 1,200%.
I saw that, but it's been like a year since that. And then before that, it was coming from like $4. It was way above $4 2 years ago. So what's your bet, right? It's been falling way more than it's bouncing.
Yeah, more likely to just keep falling. This thing is only good for getting in and getting out on like a maybe at longest like a swing trade. 2-day flip down but will flip back up if you close up at 37 cents. Daily already flipped up and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing up at 35 cents. 4 hour currently flipped up as long as you're closing over. What is pivot? 37 cents. So the only thing I can really see here in terms of an entry would be in at 35 cents, and you put your stop at currently about exactly 35 cents, maybe 0.3499 for your stop. Very, very tight stop there. And I'd be targeting somewhere around 50 cents from there, just playing towards the 38.2%. That would be the best case scenario. A bounce from 35 cents to 50 cents. Well, you get a 40% there, then ideally you'd want to get out there. Because from there, this is likely going to eventually go towards your next bearish divergence target, which is around 12 cents. And then you have another one that's targeting 8 cents. And then at that point, why not just go to zero, right? Why not?
Yeah. Silver for a trade, Alex, would be next.
All right, perfect.
Thank you. Richie, me preguntas, ¿por qué voy a comprar en spot la cripto que quiero comprar y no en ETFs ni en Ethereum? No tiene sentido lo que estás diciendo porque la única cripto que quiero comprar es Ethereum y lo demás son literalmente acciones de empresas como Coinbase, Circle, MicroStrategy. Ninguna de ellas son criptos. Entonces no sé de qué hablas, Richie. No sé qué tantas drogas hayas estado haciendo este fin de semana, pero no voy a comprar nada de eso. Y literalmente la que dices que no voy a comprar ni en ETHUSD es la única que estoy comprando en ETHUSD. No sé cómo explicarlo más. Ahora, vamos con Edgar porque ¿Cómo vamos a invertir en esto que se relaciona con la monetización del dinero? No estoy mamando, la monetización del dinero. Esta chingadera, tío, cuando vean acciones así, lo va a hacer rápido. Aquí arriba está en $1,600,000. $1,600,000. Desde entonces ha caído a 39 centavos. Es literalmente una pérdida de 99.9%. ¿Ok? Voy rápidamente a la diaria y me voy a acercar. Pueden entender que estamos en 39 centavos, por lo que quedan millones y millones de scrolls para llegar a la parte alta de esto. Esto va a ir a cero. Esto no es para invertir, pero ¿quieres invertir? Aquí estamos nosotros para decirte la patraña que te quieres imaginar. Esto es literalmente un volado. No hay nada más. Y yo sé, muchos de ustedes van a decir, a ver, pero ese pump que tienes aquí atrás se fue de aquí abajo, ¿no? En septiembre del 2025 hasta acá, e hizo un 1,000%. Sí, pero ese 1,000% viene después de haber caído de $4, de ni siquiera $4, tío, de $10 2 años antes a literalmente 27 centavos. Entonces, no, aquí no hay nada. Esto es un boleto de lotería. Si quieres, métele dinero, ¿no? Cada quien haga lo que quiera. Esto no va a monetizar el dinero. No sé qué vergas vaya a hacer, pero definitivamente tiene más probabilidades de hacerse a cero que ir a monetizar el dinero. Una vez más, el dinero ya está monetizado por el dinero. Para no perder el tiempo de los demás. ¿Quieres comprar esto? Cómpralo en 35 centavos planos y si baja un centavo de 35 a 34 te sales. Y te vas a querer salir en 50 centavos si es que llegas. Si es que llegas. A largo plazo esto se va a ir a cero. No entiendo cómo no está en cero ya, pero es lo que es. Pero puede dar otro de estos. Sí, tío, pero estás literalmente, cómprate un boleto de lotería, es lo mismo. Ahí lo tienes. Vamos con la plata. All right, silver.
All right, nice. Silver for a trade. And luckily, we're right in the spot where it makes sense to be looking for a trade on silver. Just get the screen.
Sorry, I triple clicked, but didn't work. Now it is.
Oh, perfecto. Yeah, no, silver is actually freshly getting that retest on the bi-weekly. You lost that 21. So instantly, $66 in like 60-cent regions, a big spot for silver. Really, you've been above that bi-weekly 21 for a while. Let's kind of see when we lost this last time. January 2024. So, I mean, steady over a year. It's been above that. The big zone. You do see that your big rejection came off bi-weekly 9, instantly in a downtrend, lower high watch. So, overall, this is bearish. So when you're looking for a trade, the fact that we're under daily SMA 200 makes this an easy spot to gauge. You have a daily silver cross to the downside while also brewing a daily downtrend after a lower low break. This looks like the next major lower high. All you're left now is waiting for the next lower low. And that means that you just need to take out June 11th low. Again, bi-weekly is giving you a bi-weekly EMA 21 rejection, targeting back down to around $60 flat. Current market price, that is about a 9% drop. So the daily is also telling you if you can't get back above this $68.30 region, this is going to be more likely to break down, and the breakdown target will be a new low right at $60. Under the daily SMA 200 means this is bearish. The last time we actually were under the daily SMA 200 was kind of in the middle of June. And so you do see you ended up getting a reclaim. This was like a trap. This granted the lower high. Silver cross still rejected the 21. So now you're right back into the zone. You got to keep the energy we had here talking about a major breakdown for silver because the setup is still activated. Now, for me, if you are trying to position, you can either position at $68.30. That would be the extremity high positioning. That'd be a very good spot. But with today's rejection already happening at $67.14, it's more likely you end up actually breaking down How do you know you get a breakdown? You just need to start closing under $64.70. It's the same criteria we had on June 10th, but you do notice that was a trap scenario that led you up for the lower high. If this is the next major lower high, then this setup's more likely because we're more likely to actually get a lower low. So for me, I'm either shorting $68.30. There's your silver cross short, daily SMA 200. And if I miss that, I'm not shorting at all between here. I'm just going to wait for 2 to 3 daily candle closures. So here was your 1. If we got 2, you would short. That's what I'm going to be waiting for ETA, actually. That's going to be the next trade. I do believe you can fill all of this out very fast, very violently. And this range here at $64 has been holding really since December 2025. So for a trade, you have options. Either here, and your stop loss is the lower high, and you're targeting around, $54. Entry around like 68.30, or you get the breakdown trade, and then you simply use today's high and you scale in right at 64.30 on 2 to 3 daily candle closures, giving you that measured move down to 54. You can see that's still a good risk to reward ratio. Whichever setup you do end up doing is a good risk to reward. So you're still getting 4 on each. So not bad at all. And that's, to me, the more likelihood on this silver trade. Where are you looking to go long on silver? Well, very easily, if you start getting back above the daily SMA 200 and then getting daily closures of above 74, that'll start meaning we're moving back to around 83.60 and possibly a lot higher. Major inefficiency on this sell-off here. But like I said, it's not very likely. Macro trend is down. And even under SMA 200 on the daily means this is more bearish than not. And the daily silver cross is kind of the easy perspective to keep. Anything else? Yeah, monthly could actually give us that fresh breakdown, targeting that monthly 21 confluence of our TP zone at 55.69 for the culture. So really not bad. From the monthly 9 to the 21 is still about a 19% drop. So overall, silver is looking very bearish. There's an easy short here. You either short SMA 200 or the loss of $64.70 exactly. So yeah, it's 68.30 or 64.70. Both result into a rejection down to $55, where then that's most likely a place where we're going to form a new range. Could easily be something like this. But whatever happens here won't matter because we'll get our full TP in this zone. So underestimate 200 on the daily, silver is going to result into a bearish move down.
Thank you. Next for Mr. Farjano, AAOI for investment. En la plata está bastante fácil. En la plata B tienes el promedio del 9 en 68.2. En la diaria, en los 68.2 tienes el SMI 200. Estás cayendo, estás en una tendencia bajista bastante obvia, ¿no? Lo único que no has hecho es llevarte este mínimo de acá. Entonces está jugando con esa pendejada en este momento. Pero, ¿a qué le vas a dar preferencia? A perder el promedio del 200. Aquí tienes de dos sopas. ¿Ves esta línea acá? Esta línea meme. La primera es, si llegas aquí arriba de vuelta a retestear el promedio del 200 en los 68.2, vas a invalidarlo con el tope de esta vela en 71, vamos a ver, ¿dónde está? 71.55. Entras en el 200, lo invalidas acá. Si esto sigue para abajo, continúa cayendo, no te metas en la caída, espérate a que venga a retestear esta zona y de ahí para abajo. Entonces te meterías aquí en los 64.8, 54, 64.7 y tu invalidación sería estos 67 planos aquí. Tienes de dos, ¿no? SMA 200, invalidación aquí arriba el retesteo de los 64.7 bajistamente y la invalidación estaría aquí abajo. Y tu TP serían por ahí de los 55, 54, 55 esta zona. Donde ves que fue resistencia, resistencia, y una vez que la rompiste, diste ese súper putazo a la alza. Básicamente eso. Bastante fácil, tío. Ok, AAOI.
AAOI. AEIOU and sometimes Y. Applied Oppo Electronics.
All right, that's not a dead chart for
And
once.
this was straight.
For investment.
Okey-dokey. Wow, massive shooting star. Let's see if you can find a higher time frame with some data. Quarterly also tap of the 100%. Go back to the monthly. Rejecting 97.5% after it moved to the 97.5% previously with your massive shooting star candle. Once you take out $143.58, it's likely is going to come down to at least tapping the 9, somewhere around $100 flat, and that would be a pretty nice pullback from the current highs of 233. That is more than a 50% move down, like a 54-ish% move down to tap the 9 EMA. And this is gonna at that point you would hope that the HPDR ranges have stepped down and you're or stepped up, and at that point you are going to be or at best case scenario would be you'll be hitting 38.2% at this region, because if the ranges have not stepped up, you are likely going to go lower to tap the 21, and at that point that would put you closer to the 61.8%, and that'd be $67. So 60 to 60 cents, let's say 60 to 70 bucks, and that is a move down of like almost 70, more than 70%. That's more of a shitcoin type of pullback, but this thing does go up like a shitcoin, so why can't it go down like a shitcoin? This was 841% move to the upside within a couple of months, less than a year. Momentum is currently maxed out, basically. Also lining up with a pullback from here. 2 week is currently flipped down. See if there's any divergence here. No. With volatility contracting, and you got a God mode sell signal here on the jewel. You need a little bounce from the 61.8%. See if I can find a better entry for this short. But this is long-term investment, so never mind. I guess better entry for the longer-term position. Weekly is losing 38.2%, but you are likely going to get a little bounce from this region here at the 9. You're rejecting the 5, but as long as you're below the 5, you're likely this is going to be your high, and probably going to come down towards somewhere around 126 bucks, 125 bucks, with a little bounce at 130s. If you get over the 5, then somewhere into the 175 region, then that'll give you a move into the 38.2%, where it's likely you will reject. Let's go back into the monthly for a second. All right. And let me draw this here. Take it from the previous one. Now you gotta move into the 261.8%, and then from there, a move into the 9 brings you into the 50%. So, actually, the 9 is gonna move up. So at that point, it'll bring you into the golden pocket right around $100. Makes sense with that 50-ish% move down from your current highs. And then your next target from there for longer term position would be somewhere around this area for 250s. But from $100, even your current highs is easy 2x. Daily's breaking down. Rejection of 38.2%. Likely going to make its way towards 150. Let's check RSI. Quarterly's got bullish divergence, although it's arguable this target has been hit. You've already hit the critical zone. You got a double extreme on volatility, kind of maxed out here. Monthly, anything there? No, because you are making a higher high of momentum along with higher high of price. Also nothing on the 2 week. Zoom in here. There's a slightly lower high on momentum with a higher high on price. We got some bearish divergence forming. This is going to confirm with any close below $158. And then that'll give you a move towards bullish control zone around 95 bucks, 96 bucks, right around that $100 flat zone. Also lining up with the golden pocket there. Weekly also has bearish divergence, going to target somewhere between 147 and 87. Very, very large range there. Although we're waiting for these levels to update. Likely this level does go up on update. Yeah, bearish divergence also on the 5-day. This will confirm with any close below 162.10. This will give you a move to 94 bucks. Bearish divergence here. 139 would be the target. Daily's got bearish divergence, targets 128. 4 hours about to put in bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 162.87, and then this gives you a move into the neutral zone at 170. Let's go back up. This low is 81.50. This is 84. And this one swept all these lows before you got your busting action, so this would be $78, $78.50. So I guess your entry for that longer term position would be around $90 to $100, $100 flat. Although it would make sense to sweep $100 and go somewhere around like high 90s. So somewhere around 95 to $100. It would be a good entry to start bidding below $100 towards $90, and then you could put your stop loss at $78 because this wick low is $78.58, a little bit below there at $78, and then you'd be aiming for $200, and then your next target would be at $250, and that would be, let's see how much of a loss. I said Ross. That's like 17%, quite wide, except the win would be at 200%. I mean, at 200%, $200, 110%, and then 250 would be around 160%. Not bad. So this would be one of those spot type of things where 17% is not too huge of a loss, and you don't really need leverage considering your minimum move is more than 100% in your favor. So that's somewhere around $95 to $90 for your entry. Let's say $96 to $90 for your entry. And then your stop would be at $78 flat, and then your TPs would be $200 and $250.
Perfect, senor. Thank you. Solana for a trade next, Alex. And by the way, I don't know if you saw and threw yourself back, but that area of the $96 is right here with the first top that he made in 2017.
I did not see that.
Nice.
A lot of sense also.
Yeah, because that's the breakout zone, and he hasn't retested it at all.
That's a clean 50-ish% pulled back from the all-time highs also.
Yeah. Aquí tienes una de estas tablas buenísimas para ver niveles sencillos. Cuando encuentras esto, donde hiciste un alto histórico gigantesco y luego veniste y lo reventaste a la alza, es normalmente cuando quieres, son niveles importantes en tus líneas memes, donde quieres el retesteo para poder entrar. No te vas a meter ya que está aquí el movimiento arriba. ¿Qué tal si hace esto? Te vas por... Esto duró del 2017 al 2026, 10 años en caída, básicamente. Mínimo en caída duraste de acá, del 2017. Bueno, es que si lo hubieras metido en el 2017, no recuperaste tu dinero hasta el 2026. Te hubiera tomado 10 años. Y es lo que no quieres hacer. Entonces, en esto que tiene una de estas tablas fáciles, lo que quieres tomar es la zona de breakout, que es esta que fue resistencia antes. El IPO fue acá en el 2013, como tu punto de entrada. Si te llevo a la semanal, puedes ver también acá un poco de lo mismo, tu resistencia, pero en la semanal puedes ver acá más de cerca justamente esto, y déjame muevo esto aquí. Este es tu punto, 98.37 de entrada, y tu invalidación de esta inversión, que quiere decir que va a continuar cayendo más, es aquí abajo. Si te llegas a llevar este mínimo, probablemente vayas a regresar otra vez acá a un rato a hacer esto. Entonces, probablemente es lo que quieras usar como invalidación. Pero como estás invirtiendo, lo puedes hacer, esperarte, ser más paciente y ver cómo cuando vaya cayendo y ajustando, ¿qué es lo que hay aquí arriba? Tienes el promedio del 34 aquí arriba, tienes el 55 aquí abajo, el 55 va a continuar subiendo en la semanal y eso me dice que probablemente ahí encuentres una oportunidad. Si pongo rápido mi HPDR, puedes ver que aquí está el 88%, pero recuerda que esto se va a ir moviendo. Este es un HPDR semanal y ahora ya está cayendo, eso es bajista, sabes para dónde va, ya llegaste casi al 100% acá. Y ahora estás cayendo a la parte de la zona azul, vienes a la parte baja de la zona azul 125 para como mínimo venir a probar los 114. Pero de nuevo, este es un gráfico que tomó básicamente 10 años en volver a subir a donde había caído, a donde había llegado, y no quieres ser el que compra aquí arriba para que le tome 10 años volver a llegar ahí. Lo que quieres hacer es simplemente estás comprando la parte baja de este canal, que está en $98. Y aquí ya pues te lo llevas contigo a la parte alta. Una vez más, invalidación sería este mínimo de acá en $77 y cacho. La manera más fácil de hacerlo. Y ahora, este tipo de paciencia es lo que tienes que aplicar en todo. Cuando ustedes están invirtiendo en algo, no vas y compras todo cuando todo esté caro, ¿no? Si no acabas comprando esto, pon tú en SpaceX. Acá, ¿cuál es el plan de acá? Cuando recortes 50% del tope, compras. 40 de 130, 50 y 113. Sé que es padre comprar y poder decirle a todo el mundo que compraste SpaceX, qué chingón, pero si te esperas te va a dar mejores resultados. Es lo que normalmente. No quieres comprar todo cuando esté en altos, quieres comprarlo cuando todo el mundo diga, no, esto nunca más va a volver a subir. Entonces, ahí lo tienes, mi estimado, en AAIO. Vamos a Solamis.
Nice. Yeah, let me share my screen. Lagging here.
Booyah.
There we go. Yeah, I was caught up in the Tesla store. I think honestly they have a really good animal liner for the car because I've bought a few from Petco, which, my God, Petco takes all my money.
I know. Well, you have like 39 animals. You have the funny farm.
Yeah, honestly. But like the liner is nice on the Teslas because it covers the doors. And honestly, that's pretty nice for the dog.
Well, yeah, because they want to look out the window.
Yeah, I mean, who would have thought, right?
I know.
So, but here we have Solana. It's very straightforward with Sol. It's interesting because back in May, before we had the big leg down, we had consolidation right under that 34 here. And again, it was like a hindsight trade. You had rejection off the 34, 34, 34, back under the 9, fell back under 85, and then boom. We were even able to draw a meme line here, just representing, yeah, as long as you're under that 84.30, even the lows here, most likely a breakdown. So here we made the low, almost reaching our $58 region. We went to like 59, 60 bucks, slowly moving up. But here's when weakness started to ensue again, right at that daily EMA 34. You're in a range, you're between the 21 and the 34, but you do see, if you view this as just like a channel, a line, meme line, you are breaking that now. So this isn't breakdown posturing. You are towards the extremity high of this range being 58, and support resistance being 75.50. So you are closer to resistance in a breakdown. Once you lose this daily EMA 9, there's really going to be nothing but air until 58. So for a trade, you're looking to start shorting here on 73s to like 73.50. You're really watching for this high to be a stop loss at $76. As long as you do stay under the daily 34, this is going to be more likely to break down towards 58. At current market price, that means Solana is burning a 20% move. Only way to become bullish on Sol again, even just for the medium term, is get back above the 34, reclaim 76. That'll start moving you up towards the 80s. And that could be a move all the way at minimum 10% to like 13%. So regardless, up or down, Solana is brewing a 10% move, and it is more likely at the extremity high resistance to reject here and start making its way towards 58. Let me see if we see anything else here. Most likely under that 5. Yeah, you do see you're just rejecting the weekly 5. Last few big rejections came off the 9. So we have to be watching the 5 here carefully. Weekly volatility is still giving you a pretty big setup. So this is confluence that Solana is giving. It is going to give us a big move here soon. Volatility can't stay here forever. Yeah, 12-hour chop, potentially a lower high forming. 12-hour EMA 100 sitting at 76.70. So no, it's just really pointing to weakness. This is weak. Let's go to the daily for this one. Okay, so we just lost that median, and you are rejecting it. Solana has been above the median since June 11th. For days, it's been above the median. So today's the first day it's under the median while in breakdown posturing, rejecting the 34. HBDR is saying this is going to move down to 69.90. So about a 4% move from here. So that's why if you're on ETI, I've actually posted a Solana short. We're watching carefully for the breakdown here. Yes, Solana missed our 58 TP, but got very close to it. And so we're just getting essentially a reroll of 76. And that's what I was looking at for this move today. Now what we're looking at is rejections at 73, stop loss at 76, TP at 58. As long as you stay under $76 and or the daily 34, this is going to be more likely to break down at this current point.
Yeah, this is what I've been looking at on the weekend. Is you're going to just reject or get it above. And it's literally what you said. The 34 has been the spot. It's the white one.
Yeah.
What a fucker.
And every time it goes to the 34, it's like looking bullish. Everything looks bullish, but then it rejects. So it's just that's just a good spot to kind of keep.
It's wild if right now we're looking at this market just completely red everywhere. And then really we get that move down up until the 24th. It would be identical to the 2018 cycle. Like if you just play the 2018 cycle, it would be a 1-to-1.
Yeah, which is crazy, honestly. And
yeah,
really,
how can it just repeat itself?
It's been helpful though, because it's been rhyming, if not repeating, very closely. So it's been pretty helpful to gauge these breakdowns and stocks, using even the SpaceX IPO. It's all been kind of simple.
Yeah. What a fucking everything is just fucked right now.
Michael Saylor just posted that they bought $1.4 billion of Bitcoin, I think, at $67,000, $34.9 million. How? I don't even know how they did that. It was only at 67,000 for like 4 hours.
You gotta bait people to go in and buy, like Ryan Cardone. You gotta do it. It's all like the fakeness of everything. It's like the car market.
You got to put in effort to buy a top like that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's not that easy. To nail every top, that's crazy. Ok. Solana, puedes ver que Solana está en una tendencia bajista, güey, tío. Lleva Solana en una tendencia bajista desde acá en enero del 2025, solamente un año y medio, un cruce plateado a la baja por acá, cada retesteo del promedio del 9, bueno para hacerle corto, tal cual como lo fue acá, en esos $96 y vámonos para abajo, güey. Continúas en esta tendencia bajista, acercándote porque estás buscando un trade en la diaria, puedes ver una vez más estos banderines que son así, acaban para abajo. Y es lo que estamos viendo. Y una vez más, estaría cabrón viendo toda la bolsa, lo roja que está ahorita, que se repita todo una vez más y caigamos para ver el fondo local el 24 de junio. O sea, qué puta locura. Si solamente seguiste el ciclo del 2018, le atinaste a todo. Qué puta locura. ¿Qué es lo que he estado siguiendo? No requiere un genio. Acá puedes ver que Solana desde acá, desde mayo, el 15 de mayo, más de un mes, nos ha estado rechazando el promedio del 34, que es la línea blanca que viene bajando. Tienes ahorita este máximo acá en los 76, tienes este ahorita en los 74, que puta madre, y pegó pero perfecto en la media de este canal. Básicamente la media de este canal te ha rechazado todo menos este SFP que tuviste, te llevó a la parte baja y continúas en la media de este canal. ¿Cuál es el trade acá? En la diaria, pues, tío, lo más cerca al promedio del 34 posible con tu invalidación aquí arriba, en los 76. ¿Quieres jugarle más al verga? Puedes usar esta invalidación de acá, pero simplemente el que vuelva a venir a testear la media te sacaría. Entonces, por eso dice Alex que la invalidación sería aquí en los 76, pero claramente ahorita estás muy lejos de. Entonces, no te quieres meter a la mitad del movimiento acá, tener una invalidación hasta 76, que es un chingo, ¿no? En Solana, ¿cuánto? Eso es un porcentaje choncho. Sí, ya, 5%, 5 por 2, un 20x te saca. Entonces, lo más cerca que puedas al promedio del 34. La otra idea, también, en la diaria, pierde tu promedio del 21, que es esta línea amarilla que está acá. Pierde el promedio del 21 y en el retesteo bajista de cuando lo pierdas, le haces corto. Y ahora usas esto como tu invalidación. ¿Y qué tanto sería eso? Digamos que lo pierdes acá. Puta, está agresivo este pedo. Está en 3.76%, está lejos. Yo sería paciente. También, obviamente, puedes voltear a temporalidades más cortas como la de 4 horas para hacer esta operación. Pierdes tu promedio del 9 acá, ya lo perdiste acá, el retesteo del promedio del 9 en los 73 y te sales literalmente con el alto de esta vela si es que el promedio del 9 baja más, ¿no? O pierdes el promedio del 21 acá, caes, el retesteo del 21 aquí en 72 y usas el alto de esta vela. Sería más agresivo, 0.78%. Y ahí no buscas un movimiento grande, simplemente un retesteo del promedio del 100 en la de 4 horas que está aquí. Para que tenga sentido esa movida. ¿Ok? All right. What about Apple for investment, Mr. Farhana? Let me buy it at an all-time high, please. Oh, it's not at an all-time high. Or is it? I'd say it's pretty fucking close.
When it comes to investing, the secret is buying high and selling low.
Oh, yeah. It really makes up for an amazing strategy.
70% of the time, it works all the time. I'm out of Coke Zero, so I'm gonna sip this water.
Oh, no.
Alrighty. Yeah, we'll do the quarterly. Quarterly is currently at the median exactly, and it closes in 8 days. The median is at $307.31, with momentum currently flipped down. You are above or right exactly at that moving average at the neutral zone, and the quarterly jewel is currently still giving you a sell signal and a Godmo signal. The pink is still below the yellow as well. You came close to getting a bullish cross, but now they are once again back below each other, and so they are diverging, and you usually will get the opposite move after they diverge like that. and along with the rejection of the median. And if we do close the quarter as a rejection of the median, then you would have a 61.8% chance of coming down and testing the bottom 38.2%. Excuse me. And that would put you towards around $240 to $250, which is one hell of a pullback. Go to the monthly. Monthly is also rejecting the median. You closed the previous candle above it, but then you opened up below the median, which gave you a move into the median, but it gave you a rejection, and you were forming doji here, which is kind of bearish after a move up. And if you were to get a rejection on the closure of the median, this will bring you down to the bottom 38.2%, lining up with nice number, $269. Quarterly was at around 240 to 250, so very close to each other. And anything else? You got some bearish divergence also. It's not going to confirm on this candle, but it's likely it's going to be much easier on the next one, because then you're only going to have to close below $287. And if you get a move to 260 to 250, it's going to be a lot easier to confirm that. 2 week is currently flipped up still. You are forming bearish divergence here. Actually, you did confirm the bearish divergence on this previous candle. You got to move to the 5, and you're getting a little bit of a bounce. And there is a short-term trade here where anywhere from here to around like $300 to $305 would be the short, and your stop would be at the current high at $317, like $317.50, and then your TP would be somewhere around $260. Pretty good, but that's not the main idea. The main idea is finding out where to get a long-term position on this, and that would be somewhere around so far around 260-ish, like 250. But let's keep looking. Weekly currently flipped down. Weekly is about to reach the median. The median is at $303, lining up with that move into short term into the low 300. Five-day currently flipped down, getting a move up from the median. That would target 38.2%, around $314. This does close in 3 days. 2-day currently flipped down, right at the edge of the bearish control zone. Very close to getting a bearish cross here with the peak about to drop below the yellow in the bullish control zone. And a move back into the bottom 38.2% for a bearish retest would be around $306. Alrighty. Daily is getting to the 38.2% also. That would put you around low $300. 4 hours reclaimed 38.2%. Momentum currently flipped down. 38.2% to the top is around $306. Let's check RSI. Do quarterly. Quarterly still got hidden bullish divergence. This is going to be active as long as you're closing over $205, and you've got to move into the simple moving average, which was your easy target. From here, your simple moving average is currently sitting at about $237, and the bullish control zone is sitting at $220. We'll have to see where this updates to on the close. Monthly's got hidden bullish divergence. Your critical zone is currently sitting at $336. And the simple moving average and the bullish control zone, which is going to be support, is at 267. I'd like to see that because it lines up with your support around 260 to 270. And the simple moving average is at 259. 2 weeks got multiple drives of bearish divergence. Your support or your resistance at the simple moving average is around $304, $305. And then from there, the neutral zone is at around 270. Ends up with that 260 to 270. Weekly's got a local top. Critical zone is at 210, which is going to be resistance. And then your target from the local top is going to be the bullish control zone at 275. 5 days got bearish divergence. Critical zone is currently sitting at 329, and the bullish control zone is sitting at 279, which is going to be target of your bearish divergence. Daily's got a local top, target's 276. Bullish control zone's at 311 for your resistance. Daily's got hidden bullish divergence. You're hitting the simple moving average at 300 bucks. That would be the target. Neutral zone is at 306. Four hours got hidden bullish divergence. Takes you up to like 300, somewhere between 300 to 310. Let's check the momentum. Quarterly momentum is currently flipped down, but it will flip back up with a knee close over 282. And this is a pretty nice girthy green dildo, so you are likely to see a little pullback on the next candle open. Take out all the late longs. Monthly is currently flipped down, but it will flip back up with a knee close over 292. 2 week is currently flipped up, and it's going to remain up as long as you're closing over 283. Weekly is currently flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 314. 5 days also flipped down, and it's going to remain down as long as you're closing below 314. 2 days also flipped down as long as you're closing below 310. Daily is currently freshly flipped up with hidden bullish divergence, and it's going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 293. And 4 hours flipped up with volatility very close to going into expansion, and you're going to remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 294. So basically the idea now is a little bit of a move up to tag somewhere around 300 to 310. The trade's a long-term position, but there is a available short-term trade there. If you want to short somewhere between 300 to 310, your stop loss would be at your current highs around 317.50. And from there, you'd be targeting somewhere around $280 because you don't want to front run the TP on your short for the entry on your longer term position. Somewhere around 280, you'd close your short, which would be a move of, let's see here, take it from 310. First, the risk is around like 2.2% against you, and then to 280. That's like a 10% move in your favor. Pretty good. To 5 to 1 currently there. And then around 280, you'd close this short, and then have somewhere around anywhere between 270s. I mean, to anywhere below 280, so around like 270s to 250s, you'd start filling your longer term position. And from there, you'd be targeting at first your current highs around this 300 and like basically $300 to $320 region, and then above there you'd be targeting somewhere around like 360 to 400 bucks, which would be your next targets of your bullish divergences. But for now, you're going to get a little bit of a move up into resistance for that psychological $300-ish number. Likely will reject that area based off of high time frames, and then from there, you're likely going to move down towards somewhere at least around 270 to 250. And then from there, you likely will get a bounce. Whether that's going to be a reversal or not has yet to be seen. But that likely will be a pretty significant bounce around like 250 to 270 bucks.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add, boys? 4 hours already.
Not for me.
Yeah, my bad. Just watch the trading alerts. And let's really focus on 65K. If you maybe feel like you've missed that, never fear. We will post another trade possibly tomorrow, but we just want to be watching that carefully as maybe the whole markets churn. Even Capo is calling for a move down at 62.2. Two things will occur there. Maybe we don't go lower, or maybe we just absolutely capitulate. So for that, pay attention to the trading alerts in the Discord, and I'll see you boys Wednesday.
Yeah, I'll take the total capitulation scenario instead, because it would make sense for the dates on the cycle.
Yes, took the words out of my mouth.
All right. Thank you so much, boys. Have a good one.
Muchas gracias, cabrones. Buenas tardes and hasta luego. Coach Loco out.
Hasta luego. Vamos, viendo Apple, no está tan agresivo el pedo por acá. Ahí les va. Pueden ver perfectamente que cada que has llegado al promedio del 200 es una oportunidad de no sé cada cuántos años. Esto solamente ocurrió en los aranceles y antes de eso, 2018, 19, ni siquiera para que lo puedas ver, ¿no? El promedio del 100 normalmente es la que te da las mejores entradas en Apple. El promedio del 100 está más o menos por acá, por lo que, haciéndolo más fácil y con análisis técnico, si tienes la zona de breakout, que es justamente esta en los 255 y tienes el promedio del 100 en camino para allá, es cada que te vayas acercando por acá entre los 260, 270, que es esta zona, y los 255 es donde quieres meterle a Apple. Ahora, puede caer más y no sé qué, sí, pero tendría que ser claramente una ocasión de, ¿cómo se dice? De mucha inestabilidad. La caída grande, grande acá, que fue la de los aranceles, solamente cayó 34%. Y en el 2022, Apple cayó 30%. O sea, esta madre no cae, ¿no? Estás aquí a tope. Aquí sería un 20%, que es más o menos lo promedio, y 30% sería en los 216, que es donde está el S&P 200. Para que te des una idea, el extremo de la caída sería aquí, pero mega extremo. Los promedios normales de caída, yo me esperaría los 255 para ahí abrir posición. Antes de eso estás jugando con fuego, tío. Básicamente esto siempre sigue subiendo. Así de fácil. Qué pinche tabla, ¿no? La de Apple. Pero de todo lo demás está cayendo rico. Google, por ejemplo, ¡plup! ¿Por qué va? ¿Por qué sabíamos esto? Que iba a caer y después subir. No sé por qué lo usamos de ejemplo. Amazon también cayendo en el S&P 200 diario. En la semanal, literalmente estás testeando esta zona. Si llegas a caer de aquí, vas a caer más. Microsoft ya tienes tu breakdown. Vienes entonces a los 328, 290. Y Microsoft ya está en una zona de mega compra, ¿eh? La última vez que Microsoft estuvo aquí abajo fue en el 2022, tíos, en el S&P 200. Y ahí es donde estás ahorita. ¿Qué tanto es eso para abajo? 35%. Esto es como Apple, me imagino, ¿no? Sí, 35%. Básicamente, y justamente es donde estás. Literalmente en una mega zona de compra para esto. ¿Qué me dices de Google? Nada, Google apenas está ajustando, pero también, una vez más, ¿cuánto ajusta Google cuando cae, no? Espérame. Esta es la de los aranceles, que es la buena. ¿Quién puede recordar los aranceles de Google? 30%. Esta fue, ¿cuál fue esta? La de principio de año, que fue la misma fecha, 20%. ¿Y ahora dónde estás? Estás 15% abajo. O sea, empiezas a estar en zonas interesantes. Ahora, o se están armando caídas muy grandes. Y esto es justo lo que yo les había dicho que estábamos viendo, ¿no? Que íbamos a ver probablemente a este tipo de acción a la bolsa ajustar, en lo que cripto podría dar la siguiente pata para abajo e irse de lado. Si, una vez más, si cripto se recupera y empiezan a escuchar la narrativa como con la crisis bancaria de, no, güey, es que cripto es un refugio, no sé, quieres comprar cripto al precio en el que esté en ese entonces. Pero ahorita todo se está yendo a la verga. Rivian 7% abajo, Lucid 5% abajo, nada nuevo. Jack in the Box 10% abajo. Alguien me dijo que si deberíamos de seguir acumulando Jack in the Box. Les dije que era un chiste desde el principio y por eso vendí, para que no se equivoquen. Por el amor de Dios, tíos, por favor. Vean esto, continúas aquí abajo. Enovix, ¿cómo va? Pues en su puta... esto cuando reviente va a reventar duro, para arriba o para abajo. Roblox, otra vez de vuelta aquí abajo, esperando a llegar a estos deliciosos $37 a la zona de compra. Qué mamada. Güey, Roblox está hecho mierda. Palantir. Palantir también está hecho mierda, tío. ¿Se acuerdan que les habían dicho que compraran Palantir? 42% abajo. Oye, el 2025 cayó 45. Estás ahí. Y aparte estás en el promedio del 100 semanal. Ahorita va a venir el mamón que diga, no, güey, va a caer a 67. Sí, cómo no. Esto cayó rico en el 2020. 21. Cayó 86%. Verga. Si yo quisiera comprar Palantir, estaría comprando aquí, ¿eh? Estaría empezando mínimo una posición. Porque si continúa cayendo, pues te esperas, ¿no? A que venga o al 95 o al 80. Y ahí agregas la segunda y tu promedio quedaría más o menos por los $100. Y a tope es un 2X. Nike apunta a hacer un nuevo bajo, nuevo, no histórico, porque obviamente viene de más abajo, pero un nuevo mínimo otra vez. No puedes hacer UNG porque el gas natural no. Humana, por fin, está rechazando el 200 en la primera llegada. Este es un corto. Este es un corto. Mínimo vienes al promedio del 100 a los 280. Strategy continúa en la misma mamada que les he dicho todo el tiempo. Esta es buena zona. Ahora, llegas a bajar de los 104, todo lo que quieras. Ahí sí, soy cliente. Soy cliente. Pero una vez más me voy a guiar por Bitcoin. Me voy a guiar por Bitcoin. Tengo una excelente entrada en esta mamada. Coinbase, lo mismo. Exactamente lo mismo. Es que esto debajo del S&P 200 está muy pinche barato. ¿Qué tan abajo está Coinbase una vez más? El tope. Ahorita, 63%. Wow. Circle. Sigo. Igual. Bien. ¿Dónde hay zonas de compra en Circle? 75, 64 y 52. El petróleo está jugando una asquerosidad, ¿eh? Con este bajo más alto. Aguantando. Aguantando. Trae el dólar para arriba. Quiere todavía apoyarse a todo el mundo parado. Tendremos que esperarlo. Siguiente objetivo, S&P 200. Aquí. Ya con su, básicamente, hombro, cabeza, hombro invertido, confirmado. Oclo, también. Buenas entradas. Y los índices apenas y corrigiendo, ¿no? Este podría ser tu alto, alto más bajo, llevarte este. Ven a esta zona, como fue prometido. No, no como a los del gorrito que les prometieron todo, ¿no? Esta es la que yo les dije que tal vez sería un buen escenario. ¿Y por qué? Por esto. Seguirías en esa mega tendencia alcista, nada cambiaría. O, pues, ¿sabes qué? Puedes juntarlo un poco diferente. ¿Qué es esto? El octubre del 2023. No, quedaría Quedaría muy choncho. Esta me gusta, porque esto fue un rechazo, efectivamente. Te tiró y una vez que lo subiste para arriba, soporte. Me gusta esta más. Siempre les digo, jueguen con sus líneas memes, tíos. Es impresionante cómo funcionan. Más o menos esta zona. Voy a estar pendiente con este Bitcoin, que sería una locura si esto juega tal cual. El 24 de junio bajó en local final. Local final. Y si está siguiendo el ciclo del 2018, como es relativo, recuerda, relativo. El ciclo del 2018, y esto no me canso de decírselos, yo sé que están hasta la verga de todas mis pendejadas. Pero el 2018, tío, nunca, este es el 2022, 2018 nunca caíste por debajo del S&P 200 semanal. Entonces simplemente puede que estemos ante este gran chop. Si es que es idéntico. Ahora, si nos da una pata más para abajo, me interesaría ver algo así. Que es como lo que pasó en la pandemia. Plup y plupis, papi. Plupis, papis. Ahí es cuando dices, ok, fondo. Hasta ahorita no tenemos nada en concreto todavía. Nada, 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 nada. Simplemente, y también es por temporalidad, tíos. Normalmente el SP500 en este tipo de años, estos ciclos de cada 4 años, tiene debilidad también en la segunda mitad del año. Por eso no estoy intentando predecir nada, simplemente estoy basándome en lo que ha pasado en el pasado. Y es lo que mejor funciona. Pero sí, ahí va. Y ahora va a ser interesante ver esto del dólar, a ver si la teoría loca del dólar y cripto empezando a tener una diferente dinámica y si vemos básicamente lo que vimos con los metales en cripto en este ciclo. Porque es lo que te imaginarías, ¿no? Si el pasado fue el ciclo de los metales, este tiene que ser el ciclo de cripto. Es lo que yo me imaginaría. Es lo que yo me imaginaría, tíos. Cuando yo me estoy guiando en mis compras por el precio de Bitcoin. No hay más. No me interesa lo que me diga, no me interesa que la gente se dé cuenta que Michael Saylor es un imbécil. Eso literalmente pasa a fin de cada uno de estos ciclos. Digo, en el fondo de estos ciclos, no estoy esperando que este sea el fondo, pero estoy preparado por sí, simplemente viendo qué pasa. O sea, lo compré en 110. ¿Cuáles serían mis niveles para salirme como inversión? ¿Por qué estás buscando niveles para salirte como inversión ahorita cuando apenas estamos colocando posiciones? No tiene sentido alguno. No sabemos. Es más, ¿quieres que te diga? $700. Y si mañana yo veo que la bolsa está trepando y todo está como locos y le dicen a todo el mundo, ¿no? Mi Paco favorito me dice, güey, ya todo está perfecto hoy porque viene todas las nuevas, la calma en el mercado y todo ya, arreglaron todo el problema de Irán. Me voy a salir corriendo. Es lo que dijeron hoy los Pacos. A los Pacos les mandaron a decir hoy que ya todo estaba solucionado. ¿Y qué es lo que tienes? Un mercado completamente en rojo. No puedes inventar esto, tío. O sea, es ridículo. Y solamente cripto en verde. Y también las 7 magníficas en rojo. Todo en rojo. Lo único que tengo que saber es qué le dijeron a Paco que pensara. Y Paco me da todas las respuestas que necesito. Todas. Alejandro, ¿por qué todo está en rojo? Únicamente aguanta Tesla y las empresas que surten IA como INTC. No tengo ni puta idea. Esto les digo, esto es lo que yo esperaría en la segunda parte del año. Ver al mercado irse para abajo. Esto es lo que yo había, les he dicho, ¿cuál es mi plan? Ver la bolsa caer, que todo el mundo con cripto diga, la bolsa está cayendo, cripto se va a ir a la verga, va a caer a no sé qué tanto. Y la bolsa simplemente ajusta un 10, 20% si te mamas. Y ya. Lo que les había hecho desde el principio, sigo todavía en ello. Todavía no hay nada que me haga cambiar de opinión. Alejandro, considerando las dos tendencias de Bitcoin, una, se va lineal, a fin de año sube. Dos, simplemente en algunos días empieza a subir nuevos altos. En referencia a compra de ETH en spot, ¿crees que sería bueno arriesgar algo así como 10K en ETH long, como un 2 o 3X por si te da? Yo no metería nada ahorita en... No, esto se los digo, yo estoy invirtiendo. Y el pedo de esto, de este tipo de capitulación que estamos viviendo ahorita, es capitulación por tiempo. Lo que están haciendo y lo que van a hacer es dejarlo correr. Si nos vamos de lado, ETH no es el mejor ejemplo, pero ETH tiene un buen ejemplo acá. Puedes usar esto o puedes usar esto. ¿Cuál te gusta más? ¿Este? Punto con punto, ¿no? Que sigues por acá, ¿no? Aguantando. ETH, lo único que tiene que hacer es esto. Para que todo el mundo diga, ok, voy a comprar en octubre, nunca caiga y se vaya para arriba. Pero todo este tiempo te van a comer tus fees. Aquí los longs con los que estás entrando y las mamadas que vas a hacer, en mi opinión, tienen que ser con alto... y lo divertido ahorita del mercado son los rangos. Jugar aquí, acá, y este es tu media. Sube, apuesto para abajo. Baja, apuesto para arriba, ¿no? Y ahí apalancarte rico. Porque el esperarte a que esto te salga bien en un trade largo plazo y la idea de esto es que lo que más se cogería a todo el mundo, en mi opinión, y ahora no, una vez más, no tiene que pasar, pero para mí yo ya tengo mi plan, no voy a estar jugando con mi plan y no voy a estar chingando en esto. Por eso tienes un plan, ¿no? Y por eso les digo, tengan ustedes su propio plan. Si crees que esto va a caer a los 20,000, entonces espérate a que caiga a los 20,000, cabrón, ¿no? Porque ya estás fijo. Yo tengo mi plan, ya tengo mi plan, sé cuánto más creo que puede bajar y en esa bajada comprar mi otra mitad. Pero el peor escenario para todos es el SMA sigue subiendo y esta mamada simplemente se va así. De aquí hasta abril del 2027. Todo el mundo va a estar esperando. Bueno, pues cuando llegue a bajar otra vez voy a comprar y de aquí que se vaya para arriba. Nadie se hubiera colocado. Nadie. Este, en mi opinión, sería el escenario más culero de todos. ¿Tiene que pasar? No estoy diciendo que sí, pero tampoco lo estoy descartando. Simplemente estoy preparado, no quiero tener FOMO, no quiero tener nada de esto. Lo que yo me imaginaría, vamos a ver, es algo así. Que se dé aquí otro de estos escenarios donde esto haga esto, aquí caigas y ahí es donde se trepe y se vaya para arriba. Eso es lo que yo me imaginaría. Puedes ver que aquí literalmente vino a ser mínimo, 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 vámonos para arriba. No creo que nada más me vaya a dar 2 y vámonos. Pero algo, lo que les vengo a decir es esto. Me sigue llamando muchísimo la atención que se llevó esto por nada. Esto ya aquí no es tan normal. Cuando esta chingadera cae, cae. O sea, no viene y te hace un mínimo por 2 centavos. No, mínimo se lo llevó pero chingón. Mínimo se lo llevó pero chingón. Mínimo se lo llevó pero chingón. Lo que acabamos de ver ahorita no lo hace normalmente. En el 2018 hiciste este mínimo y te dio la esperanza con este mínimo más alto y este mínimo más alto. Esto quiere decir estás consolidando para arriba y va a bajar. ¡Pum! te tiró hasta acá, tío, a los 3,400. Y de ahí te volvió a tirar a los 3,100. Aquí hizo eso, pero lo hizo muy rápido. De semanales fue 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 semanas. ¿No? Lo que acabamos de ver aquí, y eso fue lo que a mí me dijo, ¿no? No has visto el fondo con esto, por eso les dije, es el parque del gran follón. Porque que Bitcoin se haya aguantado y te haya hecho un bajo más alto acá, no tiene sentido. Pero esta gatada, a mí, a mí me gusta mucho el juego psicológico de esto. Es a mí lo que me quiere hacer volverme mejor en esto. Me encanta que me estén intentando chingar, no sé, ¿no? Ha de ser porque en la vida real es a lo que me dedico, a poner todos los escenarios en mi vida posibles donde todo el mundo me quiera chingar. Eh, y una vez más, me lo hago yo mismo a mí. Yo creo que por eso me gusta esto. Esta es una gatada, tío. Una gatada. Y me gusta. ¿Por qué una vez más? Para mí, estás consolidando para arriba y eso debería darte el siguiente movimiento para abajo. ¿Ok? ¿Qué es lo que espero? Es lo que me encantaría ver y de acuerdo al nivel de miedo, bla, 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 ¿no? Pero esto es la gatada perfecta para continuar por acá y joderse a todo el mundo. Pero no te puedo explicar lo perfecto que es. ¿Va a pasar? ¿Quién sabe? No recomiendo nada, Ibrahim. Les dijimos acá que el petróleo es long siempre y cuando estés aquí. No, nadie, no cambiamos de opinión diario, no nos volteamos y cambiamos las tablas, todo continúa tal cual. Lo estás viendo en tiempo real, tío. Es por eso que se me hace muy raro que vengan y me digan, güey, ¿cómo ves esto para inversión? Lo acabamos de ver el lunes, tío. Estás hablando de inversión. Inversión es a largo plazo. A menos de que no sepan qué es una inversión. ¿No? Oye, quiero invertir en Coinbase. ¿Cuáles son los niveles? ¿Cuántas veces has visto mi tabla con los niveles que pone en dónde son las compras de Coinbase? Y siguen. Están, y aquí se los digo yo de corazón a ustedes, están ustedes mismos desperdiciando su propio tiempo. Pues quién sabe qué vergas esté pasando, tíos. A mí lo que me gusta es, yo quiero ver la bolsa caer en lo que nadie sabe por qué está cayendo. Eso es bueno. Eso es bueno. Como cripto. ¿Alguien sabe por qué cripto cayó? No hay respuestas. Es bueno, eso quiere decir que continuamos para abajo. Pero les digo, mi amigo el dólar, cero de volatilidad en la semanal a la alza, trae ganas. Y ahora, algo que quiero ver en chinga es esto. El dólar topa en septiembre, enero del 2022. Algo que tienen que entender de todo el juego que están haciendo con el petróleo y todo esto es, si algo los va a espantar, si algo puede, que algo han estado acumulando como una retórica bastante buena, en mi opinión, estos güeyes, para friquearlos a todos ustedes, es, no sé si se han dado cuenta, pero Estados Unidos está vendiendo las reservas que tenía para bajar el precio del petróleo. Sí, güey, sí, sí, sí. Todos los países están deshaciéndose de sus reservas para bajar el precio del petróleo. Imagínate que un día te digan, la última vez te dijeron que el petróleo había demasiado y que te pagaban por tenerlo, que ahora te toque lo contrario y que te digan, tío, ahora es lo contrario, ahora no hay petróleo, no hay petróleo. después de que fueron y le quitaron el petróleo a Venezuela, fueron y le quitaron ya el petróleo a México, no a México, pero a la gente que lo estaba dando al otro lado, ¿no? A la gente que se lo estaba robando sin el permiso de sus jefes de Estados Unidos. Nadie, aquí, ningún político está haciendo algo por ti. Es una locura pensar que de verdad Donald Trump le importa que el precio de tu gasolina esté caro. Están haciendo a propósito y subiendo coordinadamente el precio de los básicos. ¿No? Esto es simplemente, está a punto de regresar para arriba, pero eso no es lo que quería ver. Lo que quería ver es esto. Marzo del 2022 es cuando haces tope. ¿Ok? Y en septiembre, ya que el dólar tocó tope, es cuando empiezas a caer. El dólar tiene que tocar tope para que el petróleo caiga. El dólar todavía no ha tocado tope. Ok. Correcto. Ok. Efectivamente. Nel, en la relación que existe entre el petróleo y ¿cómo se llama? Y el dólar, no, todavía no me dice que hay eso. Y el dólar se ve muy alcista. Los voy a dejar, me voy a ver, me están antojando ver el partido de Argentina, a ver al pinche Messi cómo va. Y con eso los dejo, mis estimados. Gracias a todos los que se unieron al en vivo el día de hoy. Nos vemos el miércoles. ¿Qué es hoy? Lunes, miércoles. Nos vemos el miércoles. Y acuérdense que este jueves tenemos clase exclusiva para ustedes. Les mando un abrazo a todos. Pórtense bien y lávensela. Por favor, que luego